A lot of these people really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
Envy's bad, M80's bad.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
And just winning everything.
I'm with a better team now.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Corner, oh, line up. I mean, take what like, now over to the first.
And they buy themselves some time. It's Spaz that could do it!
Look how quick this point. Oh, especially now.
5 Rebellion Black, your Challengers champions.
Welcome everyone to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth. I'm joined by the one, literally the one, the only, Gompers. We're gonna be holding it down for a little bit today by ourselves. Just some ladies talking about Valorant. You know,
Podcast
it is what it is.
style.
Gompers. What are your podcast? This is our yapping podcast. So sorry, we've kidnapped all of you. We've tricked all of you to talk about Valorant.
Now the discussion, of course, is it Envy or is it Envy? Which one is it? I want to know.
Envy?
Which one?
Envy.
Which one?
Girl, don't know. Okay, but welcome everyone. We have a bunch of great games in store for you today. I am Elizabeth, joined again by Gompers. Just do the introductions one more time. We got a little silly, but now we are back. And we actually do have some awesome games today. If you saw our preds on social media today, you know that we're Gompers and I are a little bit divided, but the games we have today, specifically Plug and Envy versus M80, and then M80 versus Burger. The bracket's looking, dare I say spicy, Gompers, dare I say.
They are, no, and it's so exciting because so far what we have guessed has happened. So we are the all-knowing desk. But
this is true.
We are divided today because I decided to go a little different and be a different girl. I'm just not like everyone else. You know what I'm saying?
Not like other girls.
No,
yeah.
we've had really interesting games come up. Obviously, you know, some of which turnouts. I guess we were expecting, right? Winthrop University taking theirs, Plug against Blue. That one was a fun game to watch if you guys didn't watch it on the side stream. But today we get to see, Plug again and Envy this time. So I'm very excited to see, a team that has been put in, that secondhand stream. So we finally do get to see what they have.
Yes, and today's first match will be Envy versus Trust in Plug. I think this is one of the matches I'm most excited for this week. But this is where you and I differed, Gompers, on the prediction. We were in line with M80 versus Burger, but I predicted Envy would win. You predicted Trust in Plug would win. Which we'll talk about a little bit later. But we're first going to talk about Trust in Plug today, first for the show, because they're a roster that I think are really easy to count out because, I think that a lot of fans of Envy are coming in, they're not the Qbert Academies, etc. But especially with the rebuild, Gompers, we were talking before with Moose coming in, this is a team that has really kind of found their stride.
Yeah, I agree. I think Trust in Plug with the big roster rework that they did, they had some funny, I wouldn't say funny, I guess mysterious Twitter posts if you guys haven't seen them, where they were like, new roster loading or something like that. But yeah, the new additions being Bones and Moose, which, two players that I do think have been very, very relevant in, the success that Trust in Plug has found within this stage, right? The first win coming from a pretty weak stage within stage 1. So I'm super excited to live action, right? See if, are they going to get that second win or are they going to fumble back again?
Well, you predicted them, so you believe they're going to get their second win. So you're on Trust in Plug side, but someone we wanted to highlight today is Teague. Teague in the middle there with that selfie is someone that you were talking to me before, is someone who has really been kind of able to help what we talk about, this kind of recalibration setup, chaotic for success, but also is finding a lot of success on their own.
No, absolutely. I think Teague is such a vital player when it comes to, you know, playing into that sentinel role, initiator role. They're very, very versatile. So it's good to see somebody who can, right? I think on average, last time their assists went up to 24. So it's good and very, very nice to see a player that not only assists the team, but does what they're supposed to as well. And obviously evident within the gameplay you're seeing right here, playing off the util, being able to execute on these flanks and post plants and whatnot, right? Executions, whether that be helping Chaotic shine as the duelist, letting them go out and take these picks, and more so setting the team up for success. I think this is a player that kind of gets pushed, I wouldn't say pushed under the rug, because obviously they're shining today, but more so a player that I'm looking forward to see more of for sure.
I think also it would be remiss to highlight, not only are they just skilled within the utility usage of obviously the roles they're playing, but someone mechanically who is just finding, dare I say, hitting their shots. You know, someone who just really is kind of, can really hold their own on a site. Like if I found Teague on a site alone, I would be afraid, frankly. But
honestly, yeah. Don't catch me in ranked if I lose to Teagues, honestly. Forget it. It's someone who I think has really been able to find their stride. But someone else, as we were talking about earlier, who joined this remix of the team is Bones, along with Moose. But we're going to focus on Bones right now. You were praising them before the call when we were talking briefly about the team, Gompers. As well, a part of that, I'm going to use this word again, kind of recalibration of the team, because they play differently, and Bones is a part of that. No, absolutely. I think Bones is, you know, again, really, really good additions to the team. In terms of what T can do, I think Bones can do it pretty much to the same extent, despite being such a new player into this dynamic, right? So even on their last game, you know, that they played against Blue Otter, they played so well. Bones was exceptional in terms of playing Sova on Ascent, as well as playing Tejo on Haven. Like, it was not only the setups that really caught my eye, but more so the fact that Bones can handle you know, such diverse situations under really, really deep pressure. And I think Bones is going to be such a good addition, pushing this team to success, especially with Trust and Plug's, I mean, overall achievement so far. They've been looking exceptional. Hence why I had to give them some credit, some love moving forward, right? Envy's such a top dog squad. They needed something to give themselves some leeway there.
Yes, absolutely. And I don't think anyone here would say that like Trust and Plug isn't going to give them a run for their money, right? Like this will be a good game. This was not an easy prediction, I think, for any of us to make, because these are both teams, like you said, like a Plug has really been able to kind of like, you know, dig in the strat book, dig deep. And you were talking to me earlier about Envy, who kind of show this more conditioned, aggressive style consistently. Plug has shown they can handle that. Plug has shown they can handle any sort of readjustment that Envy makes. Speaking of Envy, let's talk about Envy. Wow, segue. Envy, I'm sure a lot of you are here to watch Envy. I know we have Poppin, Exter, Inspire, Kanezera, Ion. You know them, you love them. But also, I think they have really just been making a name for themselves as tried and true competitors. Right, these are team players. You're people who play the game well in terms of it's not just like quote unquote ranked, but you know, mechanically, but they understand kind of the fundamental aspect. Even though I was saying before, Gompers, that they do kind of have this more aggressive style. Many professional teams do, and that's fine. That's just the way they play. But they play really, really well, and they always have an exciting game. They had a fantastic run in Stage 3, had a very, very clean 2-0 the other week, and so this is a team that. I'm obviously they were picked up for a reason by an organization, and it is someone I think, you know, Inspire genuinely is one of the best Sentinels we have in North America. I've thought that for a very long time. Exter scares me, to be frank.
Yeah, same.
But it scares me in terms of how good he is. But we're gonna talk about Poppin, someone on the team who has really also been making a name for themselves. I mean, everyone has, Gompers. There's someone. They all have these amazing standout moments. You can call everyone a fragger. You can call everyone someone who can handle, you know, 1v5 on their own. But Poppin specifically, Gompers, it's stupid, it's cringe, it's whatever, has been popping off.
No, I love it. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, no, I'm also really appreciating the love that we're giving initiators here, because despite them occasionally not being, that top fragging duelist, they have so much impact on teams like these, and I think it's pretty evident as to the success of what's been going on with Envy. It's not just one player; it's multiple for sure. Poppin being such a big dire in such a big dire position to keep this team alive for sure. I definitely have seen them set up. I think it's Kane Zera, if that's how you say it. I don't want to butcher anyone's name here, but set up Kane Zera for success. And that pretty much is the typical role, right, of the initiator. People who tend to be a little bit more in the background, but also shoot when needed, right? In times where obviously they have to clutch up, where Poppin was just about to do right there. But it's the dire moments where you really need your initiator step up. And they put the best players on that role for such a good reason, because they're such good critical thinkers. And especially with Poppin, super, super good with a weapon in their hands. Of course, don't put them in the military. We need them here in the games.
I think something you've been really highlighting on is while we are talking about these mechanical aimers, and they all are absolutely mechanically incredibly gifted, more than I will ever be, but they are a group of folks that really do kind of understand the support role, right? You say you're talking giving love to these initiators. Anyone who's not on a duelist role, a duelist cannot find any really as much success as they do without people frankly holding it down wherever they are, whether it be alert, whether it be just a flash, whatever info, whatever it be. Your favorite duelist does not find their success without an incredible support. Think, Floor and Alexis, things like that, where they just look at Alexis assist anytime. But I digress. Someone we also wanted to highlight on today's show is Kane Zera, someone who you were talking about just a little bit a while ago, just a couple seconds ago. I mean, look at the ACS, my angel number. We love to see it. It's someone who just is. It's silly, but a menace. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's hard. Again, I always say, they always have to play together like a team. These are all people who play together so well. But individually, Gompers, these players are fantastic at what they do.
No, I agree. I think Kane Zera is such a good pick for this as well, to be the MVP, just because, first of all, insane op player in general, right? Reaction time is crazy here, but just the pivotal player on this team that I really do feel like, along with Kane Zera and Exter, they both make it work, whether it be the double duelist compositions they like to run, or just in general, right? Mobbing it down on the ISO for some reason. I don't even know what the heck's going on. Kane Zera is just such an insane player, and it doesn't matter what weird weapon is in their hand from time to time. It's always the aim. It's always the fact that they're super hyper aware of their surroundings. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they're the ones yo, I'm gonna run it down, support me or not, because I'm gonna get two here and it's gonna work, which it always does, right? Executions with this player are absolutely insane. They're fearless, absolutely fearless. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if those memes where it's la 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 la, that's going on in their brain mid run.
It's almost you notice that meme, brave or stupid, brave or stupid. He's not, he's just brave. He's someone who the fearless that you're talking about, that he sees a challenge and he says, all right, how hard do you want to make it? He is someone who is so brilliant and just absolutely cerebral in how he plays. And an agent selection like an ISO that rewards that aggressive play style, that rewards you with the shield, the suppress, etc., is really, really important to have for a player like him who just goes after them for the kills or assists, whatever it may be. But we have the head-to-head here of Chaotic and Kane Zera. You were talking to me earlier, before the broadcast started, that you really think Chaotic has been kind of set up for success by this new team. But Kane Zera is someone who is having that aggression, and we see this head-to-head, both incredibly talented players. How do you think the teams will set them up against each other? This is a very big question, and I'll stall for a little bit so you can think. But these are two different teams, two very different styles of playing Valorant, and frankly, setting up their duelist and how they play around their duelist. So if you had to kind of give a little educated guess on how things might turn out today, what would you say?
I think Chaotic, and I actually, it's so weird because I think they are two very, very different set up players. I think Chaotic is set up significantly in terms of the team. You know, a lot of their executions you're going to see is setting up the Chaotic for success to get these early engagements, to be the duelist they can be. But as for KaneZera, I see a lot of independence in their gameplay. It's never, ever going to be, I mean, occasionally you're going to see, right, Pop and try to work in cohesion with KaneZera, maybe being pushed up a little further while KaneZera holds the op, stuff like that. But for KaneZera, it's very independent. It's very, just take the pick and go. And a lot of the time, like I said, super hyper aware of their surroundings. They know they're going to die, so they fight for one. And you're going to literally see them like, all right, you know what, may as well just eliminate one and then take myself out of the game, like, and let everyone else handle it. So they get their one route, and that's completely fine. I think that's the difference we're probably going to see here, which super independent player, but also really well with working with the team. So I more so just depends on the pressure and what's going on for sure, but I definitely think that might be the difference here.
I would kill to be a fly on the wall for the prep because these are two duelists who, like, I would absolutely be focusing my conversation, my prep around them, because, like, how do you stop them, right? Like, how do you stop them from taking that space and taking that aggression? But we do have some map picks and bans for you all in chat. I know you've been waiting. I see you all in chat, by the way. Y'all are very excited for this game. And we love that. Keep the energy up. Moving into maps, Ascent, Lotus, Haven. There's a lot of space on those last two maps to be taken up, Gompers, but we're starting on Ascent. And you were talking about Envy's Ascent a little bit before the broadcast.
Yes.
We were having our little mini podcast before. And when I saw Plug picked Ascent, I was like, oh, Plug's been VOD reviewing, because you specifically watched Envy's Ascent. Talk to me about Envy's Ascent and what you think Plug saw.
Actually, both their Ascents, I happened to get the chance to see, which is perfect.
Beautiful,
So it works
beautiful.
No, for sure. I think I'm actually really excited. I'd say Envy in terms of, you know, their defense is a little bit different for sure. I'm not going to say passive, but definitely in terms of mid control, they aren't too into that. They're more so just into the idea of, you know, early engagements on A site, then, you know, playing the retake on B. I think that's where Plug might excel. I think the weakness there might be, you know, that defensive side for sure on the side of Envy in terms of, you know, their attack. I'm not going to lie, I do think Plug might get run down a bit. They're super aggressive. Envy is like the team that just likes to run it down and get things done and over with very quickly, especially like with KaneZera and Exter playing possibly into that Jet and Yor role. And Exter's crazy on the Yor, which is why I'm also a little potentially afraid for Plug, because it's the consistency of you know, wanting to push out, get that first engagement, TP back with the team, and then reposition, and, you know, super good at repositioning themselves for sure on the side of Envy, which I feel like that's definitely an adaptation that Plug is going to have to make.
These are all three maps where duelists can get as silly as they want. You know, they're all very different, but they're truly some of the maps in the game where duelists can just go and find as much success as they frankly feel like they want, right? And it depends on what they're coming through itself. You said you thought Plug was going to win. Can you give me a prediction for a scoreline, do you think?
Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna say who, because, like, I'm just feeling in my gut maybe like 13-9.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is measured of you, Gompers. That is very measured of you.
It normally is 13-9 on this dang map. I don't know what it is, but
I think Ascent gets a lot of flack for being the boring map. Personally, I think with a player like Exter, who is always kind of on that Yoru, always with that exciting explosive tendencies, that's how you make it exciting. You think ahead, you think outside the box, if you will. And I think that is, for everyone who says Ascent is boring, I think this game is out to prove it's not at all. It really just depends on how you play it and who you play specifically. But we all had predictions today. Casters, everyone, including Dan Dryad, who cannot join us today with the predictions. Again, like we said, I've been hinting at before, our lone Gompers with the belief in Plug, because you wanted to highlight them though. And like I said before, this is a hard one. This is a group of folks who are going to make this a very competitive and very fun match. I personally saying I chose Envy because I really think that aggressive playstyle that I'm talking about can be suffocating, and I don't know if Plug have an answer for that.
Yeah.
But I wasn't in the prep this week, so I don't know what their answer is like. But again, no caster curse here. There's no curse. It's just a couple of folks predicting moving forward. Was this a hard decision for you, Compers, or were you kind of?
I was like pretty in the middle, I'll be honest. Because, you know, you can only go so far looking at different VODs and being like, this team seems like a good match. Because you're like, the day could be different. Someone could be sick, right? Like the environment can be different. Someone cannot be feeling it. And there's so many factors that go into it. So just going by fundamentals alone, I felt like they would be a pretty good, you know, just a good opponent to go against. Especially, you know, I thought Ascent might have been a map pick just because both these teams seem to like to play it. So, you know, with that going in initially, I was like, you know what? If they go Ascent, this is a banger. Like, whatever. Let's just give Plug.
Exactly.
Let's just give it there. Let's just give them it at this point.
And we're so excited that we have to hold on a little bit because we got to prep. We got to get ready. So we're gonna send it to. We'll be right back for a little bit, but we will be, believe it or not, right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. We're going to head in right into Agent Select. And oh my goodness, not only do we have a Yoru v Yoru battle, we have a double duelist on the side of Envy. We see that Kanezera. That is something that I was talking about earlier, Gompers, that exciting, explosive style but on the other side, a double Senti to stop it. So these are comps that are made for each other.
No, they definitely are. They're going with the classics here of what they're used to, but I'm surprised nobody made any changes. Everyone's staying pretty loyal to their roots. So yeah, definitely going to be hard. I think, especially starting off on defense, this, in my opinion, this gives Trust and Plug a little bit of leeway. I would say until the op is pulled out, because then you know it's on site, if you know what I'm saying. Envy is definitely not going to be easy when Kanezera pulls out the op. So I think prepping for that and just diminishing that economy as much as possible might be the play from the start. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see, I guess.
We don't have to wait at all, Gompers, because we are ready to go. So I'm going to send it over to our casters, Tenrek and Shift on the call.
Thank you, ladies. Wow, we couldn't get you off the air fast enough. That was getting rogue. Now we're going to have fun. This is going to be a really good series. Two teams undefeated so far throughout the stage, looking to cement themselves as being a favorite overall in this particular phase of Challengers this year. I do love, again, anytime you see Kanezera and Egster together, you kind of assume there's going to be some aggression being said. The devs talked about it. The girls talked about it, Tenrek. I'm expecting some fast and furious action from Envy.
But Trust and Plug do have the opportunity to have that sort of tempo control with this double Sentinel and starting out on the attack half here on Ascent. Same opportunities that SAD Esports got to do. Hopefully a little more purchase than the 3 rounds that they got in their previous matchup against Envy here on this map. But like you said, that raw aggression from this double duelist is definitely the thing on everybody's minds, especially the Envy fans. And that's not going to change, especially starting out on this pistol.
I think the other thing about this offensive half coming up for Trust and Plug with the double Sentinel is, you know, if you're Egster, you better have some good gate crash locations, because as soon as you get a read that the hit's on the way, you better come in, because you just do not want this deadlock to get into a post-plant position. Quick action to overthrow sidewalk, and a really good initial kind of crouch down coming through with the grab net being played. Trades are decent, but back and forth we go. Kanezera and Sheriff holds a bit of an edge as the defense rotates over.
Blistering speed on the side take, exactly what you want to see from Trust and Plug. The one shot that you're able to outspeed Envy here with the util dump on that mesh towards the back site to stall the remainder of the team that wanted to push it, but now that that's unlocked, so is the rest of Envy.
Smoke on the staircase. Gate crash in, a little bit of a peek. Kanezera backs away. Paranoia now cuts through. Kanezera already playing forward. Goodness, this is clean. One more shot required on the Chaotic, and it will land off the classic of Ion. Really good retake, but more importantly, a great initial contest from Envy to make sure they held numbers.
And at the end of the day, when they're able to isolate it to being able to diff you, that's what they're going to do, and that's how they're going to do it every single time. And continuing to come through on that aim diff every single swing that Trust and Plug had to offer. Again, great ideas coming through with that crowd onto the entirety of the market side of B with Chaotic's quick entry, but like you said, that 3v3 that Envy were able to hold on to for that re-entry, that's enough for them. And so will this gun diff be going into the follow-up.
And I think the other thing kind of about like how Kanezera plays, and again, off this double duelist setup, there's not often a level of like hand-holding that goes with the duelist. They often like to play a bit apart from one another and just kind of utilize their individual skill to best their opponents. You kind of saw that there. Kanezera walking forward is now all of a sudden, hold on a second, maybe some early contact here at a long decoy is going to get sent by Egster. Won't fool much of anybody though, as the one way is there. Ion still able to turn that into one. Little body block from the decoy, and Ion, this swinging will find 3. Again, weapon supremacy, you come to expect a convincing round, but maybe not one that looks like this. Moose eventually drops, and it'll only be a single, or pardon me, 2 eliminations for Plug in their second round.
Staying unafraid in these tight spaces, Envy really haven't changed much at all since they've gotten signed. And I mean, I expect them to try to hold close on this upcoming fight as well. Trust and Plug are clearly looking to mount some sort of early aggression for these pushes on the site, perhaps to force those isolated duelists out and force a buddy system of some sort to come out from this defense at some point, which Envy just refuses to hold themselves to too often.
Other thing to kind of keep in mind in terms of the macro statistics here for both these two teams, just kind of looking at the map and the sides, Trust and Plug really have only played 5 offensive rounds so far in this stage on this map, and that was against Blue Otter, which they won 4-1. Everything was mostly determined by their defense, though. So both teams going to be preferring, just based on kind of what we see in their one sample size, to be fair, what they can do on the defensive side, as we're going to get a bit of a just straight up walk down here from Chaotic. Decoy will come through. Poppin will not be surprised by this, nor will he be baited by it. And instead, he'll just kind of hold the ground, knowing he's got trap wires as a kind of security blanket to retreat back through.
With that Owl drone, that'll confirm 2 up here on Poppin's peak. Won't call any more action over to it. In fact, it's just going to egg Poppin forward, and Chaotic walks in alone for that first blood for Envy's push back, but Bones gets the peek back into the market window and is able to trade it.
Yeah, that's an important elimination as well, just onto the Cypher after Poppin. I mean, I'll be honest, that was just a kind of brain-dead play from Chaotic. You have to still check that smoke. The Aldron didn't clear any of it, but still 4v4. Bonus still in play. A little flash peek for Exter. Going back over towards Tree. Does connect onto a headshot, but not enough to deal really much damage whatsoever. Cainzera trying to get the shotgun in play. Up and over. Whoa! Breaking ankles. Cainzera able to find one. Now he's got the Sheriff off. Good reveal coming through, and Cainzera for another. And can upgrade into a more traditional rifle into the 2v2.
Profiting at every waking moment. Both Poppin and Cainzera staying active from a distance, and they're going to try and continue that on the plant.
Cainzera maybe been blocked off. Poppin, though, is free to get into sight. And it's just down to Sacred playing on the backside of Hell, and Poppin able to find the timing on the peak, finding 3 in the round. Most importantly, the first, but, well, maybe not most importantly, the last 2. But still, regardless of it, 3 impressive eliminations as Envy start off flawlessly.
Yeah, the silver platter isn't always the most valuable kill when it comes to, especially this bonus round, but continuing to enable from that midline helped Envy continue to stay active that whole fight. But of course, Cainzera obviously getting the most action there, grabbing those 2 to reopen things far earlier than Plug intended. Regardless, they were kept on their toes throughout, kept with the threatening disadvantage throughout. And that's the kind of vibes that Envy are going to continue to establish even here on defense.
Yep. And you already get a quick peek over towards A-Long, knowing there's some sort of a broken buy here. The only question for Envy is, will they expect it's 5 Stingers? Paranoia, sidestep by Inspire. Poppin holding over towards Sidewalk will find the first blood, plus some extra spam from Inspire will really slow this play down for Plug. But honestly, they kind of have to commit. I mean, you're sitting with Stingers in B main. Like, you just don't want to be stuck here forever. And after a couple eliminations do get tallied, it looks like Envy should be pretty comfortable in this round.
It seems like this whirlwind of an attack that Trust and Plug is trying to establish is starting to grind to a halt. Envy may have begun the mental boom process. Is the refusal to double down, despite the absence of this wire, can only mean one thing. Somebody's going somewhere else. And Envy clearly are privy to it. They've got Exeter planted.
Yeah.
And they've got 2 posted up in tree.
Yeah, that's about as easy as a read as you could frame up. But still, it's just the simple fact of the matter that with that defensive hold at B main, this double stack over towards tree, plus you've got Exeter in the corner. It's just, you just don't break this. You just don't. Not against the likes of Envy. They're not primed to make mistakes like this. Grab net thrown out. No one checks the corner for Ion, and he will keep this round. Oh, that's perfect start. Perfect start from Envy.
Yeah, it's truly trivial at the moment for Envy, and they're able to maintain fights to that level where they don't really have to ask many questions at all. Just set up a smoke, set up a wire, and wait for Plug to force themselves into clearing everything with bodies instead of the util alone. Unfortunately, swinging into the remainder of the players with nothing else in the kit won't get you much farther either. Buys back up for Trust and Plug here, and some ults on the table. Couple in rotation available as well. You're able to start to make a mountain out of this molehill if you're Trust and Plug, but it comes down to this pre-plant at the end of the day that Envy have continued to win out, and they almost will get an early frag again. Cainzera ducking out.
About to say, Cainzera, round 5 operator. No, he's going to be feeling pretty pugnacious. Doesn't find the opening shot, just puts the scope down at the wrong moment. But regardless of that, defense still holds on to B main. You also have the trap wires behind this, but Chaotic has earned dimensional drift, going to spend that immediately. Gate crashes back over to Tree. So I'll be honest with 10. This isn't fooling anybody. I mean, Envy is perfectly set up for it. Barrier mesh will block off Tree, but Exter's in position on site. Teague will tally on to 1. The Annihilation will, well, actually, it does connect. Exter is looking for the teleport back. Not going to happen. Now the defense are scrambling.
The mesh is able to wall Cainzera out as well here, so you are a little bit restricted now. The door crunched onward, so Poppin has to get active early, and he will.
And he's got a Hunter's Fury. Keep that in mind. This post plant has not really gotten out of sight yet. Reveal does come through. Can't make good on the information yet, though, our Envy. Breaking down the door at Tree. And KaneZera is going to trust the remaining 8 bullets left in this Phantom. Also has knives. Kind of surprised he's not going to pop it. We know he's primed as soon as he gets it earned to just make the hit. But here we go. The traditional retake now underway. Double stack down through hell. Moves for 2, leaving it just down to KaneZera. He reads not just 1, but more than that. Problem is, all you got to do is wait to hear the toggle, the spike. Good shorty play, but the follow-up from Bones is perfect and Plug's on the board.
Double stack in hell was the gamble that made it through there for Trust and Plug, despite the even man-to-man. And Envy, again, in that pre-plant, despite the fact that Chaotic is still having so much trouble going for the initial approach. Plug somehow were able to divide and conquer despite the open space on B Heaven. Envy walled out for just long enough for them to make the headway onto site. And then again, had time to be able to double stack on top of the Annihilation. Fully set up and bamboozle Envy the one time they need to get through. So much more to conquer here, though, Shift.
Yeah, that's step 1. I mean, again, the thing about it is, like, this first half, you know, for Plug, I think you're going to be satisfied if you can find 4. Just kind of looking at how they played their defense versus Blue Otter, a strong team in their own right. They looked good. 9-3 on their first half when they started on the defense. So I think if you can get to 4, you'd be feeling pretty decent. And honestly, after just a dimensional drift and Annihilation, you still have the ability to get Hunter's Fury potentially online. That's going to be key for them to open up sites. And on the flip side, let's be honest, like Eggster with dimensional drift on the defense isn't as convincing as what he pulls with it on the attacking side.
He certainly can't get as diabolical as he'd like to. But still creeping up. KaneZera continuing to go for these peeks and sprays, and he'll finally get punished for it by Bones, one of the newer entries. But Poppin's right there back again, and that buddy system will probably start to ring out a little more consistently with these responses if Plug continues to go for these inches, which now they will through Cat, up to Tree, 2 on hand.
And we'll see how this contact goes. What to say? We got to keep a thumb on what Plug are trying to do at mid, because so far they have not really been able to utilize that part of the map at all. They've tested it,
30 seconds
gotten
left.
a trade or 2, but it hasn't really opened up space for them to utilize as a point of ingress in towards B. And it's just kind of based on what we've seen to this point. Yeah, if you get the intel that there's a B hit, it's all going through sidewalk. Poppin can rotate over quickly. Saw a bit of a shoulder there. Recon dart late with just 12 seconds remaining. Paranoia also at the ready. Inspire sidesteps the offensive one of the Hunter's Fury is going to be very difficult to dance with. Have to try to get on. Have to try to plant. Here's the teleport back out, but Ion gets shut down. Hold on a second. They are going to get this plant down. Plus a couple eliminations. 3v2 numbers now for Plug.
Envy really mistiming that fight outside of Boathouse. It was they who had the double pack, and again, they who had the magnetic macro read, but now it's Extra who's got to clutch up. On the swing back, only grabs the 1, the jump down from Poppin, and the almost clutch from him on the transfer, but Sacred holds on to that health pool, and a second round for Plug.
Not gonna lie, Tenric, I had to bite my lower lip there for a second. That was an aggressive snap that nearly works out, and I'm sure Exeter's gonna look back at that chow and say, I could have gotten that first one a little bit clean, more clean rather. But regardless, 2 in a row now, all of a sudden for Plug. And I still have to keep in mind, like, I do want to keep a finger on that playthrough mid, because so far it has been an effort almost every single gun round that we've seen from Plug, just not with a lot of success. This round, I think a little bit saved off the fact that they catch Ion before he could teleport over to stop the spike from getting down. But regardless of that, 2 rounds is 2 rounds. Knives are out. Bucky's out for Eggster, and Envy will still have a quote-unquote full purchase here with that ultimate in the play.
Plug are starting to see the leaks in the dam here. It's only a matter of breaking them even further. And so much of it hinges on Chaotic's ability to go for these gate crashes and grab kills off of him a little more consistently than he's been able to so far. These frontal assaults are why mids had to get poked so frequently in order to either plant him on in these secondary rooms like they finally will this time, but it'll immediately get punished.
Yeah, and it's another moment where you can kind of look at the setup from the Cypher, just using a trapwire to guard at mid. Knives for the first blood over at B long. That leads the lurkers out of the play. And Eggster is just gonna scout everything out, give you some pings. There's a little flash, just get in the corner, get in the corner. Oh, that's disastrous. And another flawless round for Envy as they hit their fit.
Smile for the camera off of that one, Sacred. Envy have the dominance and the hold again. Like, they've continued to just read Plug's attack phase like a book here.
Really have.
Timeout justifiably called to try to reassess. They are really questioning when exactly to dump all of their util because they're so scared of Envy having a stack in any old choke. So they're forcing Chaotic, bless his soul, to just walk up into tree round after round and try to enable him through there off of like a mesh that they place late to get like a quick plant. But that has to come off of forcing a couple members of Envy to not to be demotivated from holding that A site, cause a distraction, get a rotation going of some kind, and Envy have just refused to be swayed.
Yeah, I mean, you can really categorize this entire offensive half for Plug as being we're either hitting through tree or we're hitting through B main. There has not really been any success through A long. They haven't really had the opportunity to even hold position there just because Eggster continues to get position there off of the one-way from Ion. And then the other side of things, again, middle of the map has been an issue. And the trap wire, once again, will be placed for Envy to essentially allow Poppin to... I mean, I imagine that Plug is like, dude, Poppin is everywhere all the time. Like, he has been at mid, he's finding kills. He's been inside the B site finding eliminations. He's helped out over towards tree. And a lot of that is just kind of playing off of whatever setup Inspire gives him. And it's looked really good so far for the Sova.
Yeah, he's been available for the trade in mid, available for the trade in the back, the freest for the rotation to A site. He is the ubiquitous player on this defense, and he's been using it to his full advantage. Trust and Plug have not had an answer for him. Really anybody thus far. Moose's walk-up won't find anything either.
And Kane feeling frisky enough to hang out here a little bit longer. And especially with Poppin right there with him. Again, it's just... Poppin's having a great map, legitimately. He has been all over the place. He's gotten great information for his teammates off of his utility. And individually, he's been good for a number of 1v2s. Nowhere for Sacred to go. That's your, count it, 1, 2, 3. Third flawless for Envy so far in their 6-round wins. And Trusted Plug will come back in looking to reset in round 9 with full purchase.
And a whole lot in the bank. Teague's Annihilation was one of the really pivotal ults for Trust and Plug's ability to get the snowball rolling previously in this attack. I expect it to be the very same again. He's had to be the linchpin in this attack, specifically through tree, and even the pokes through mid occasionally, far too often so far. But a split push to begin here for Plug. Looks like they'll try and default and, again, just see if they can pop a duelist dome over in Pizza.
Different look. I can appreciate it. But again, different look from the defense. Now it's Eggster at mid. And this Aldron's going to be like, really? Eggster's here now? It's just, there are so many variety looks that Envy are giving defensively that's continuing to cause question marks for Plug as they try to, again, forge forward, trying to find ways to get into sight that isn't just through tree, that isn't just through B main, but they haven't been able to create anything at mid.
And meanwhile, where is that mid position now? Kainzera and Poppin holding out that B main. Hounds watching that opening swing. Brevity at this point is already insane, but expected from Envy. But the space has yet again been taking in Cat. The most powerful passive space that Trust and Plug has been able to gather so far this game. Can they exact upon it so far? Ion's been a consistent hold for it. Eggster the peek in, Chaotic's good.
There's still the question, though, of how do you get through this smoke and trapwire setup, especially with no one's looking at Ion? We're not even checking glass after that initial peek comes through. Sacred collects the op and connects with it, but Inspire is so planted on this site. Annihilation banking across the site. This time it will not land. Spy Camp is still finding so much information, but Inspire will drop. Now it's on to Poppin, and he has been unbelievable, and he's continuing to do it. Oh! They call it what it is. A 1v3 on site for Poppin, and Envy can do no wrong.
And you're taking a lap after that one if you're Envy. Poppin continuing to go absolutely dummy on this map. Unreal stage control in a pivotal time where Trust and Plug had that one remaining window to get spiked down after truly minimal space on both tree and site was cleared. How do you not look at Ion? But they do, they clear one. Annihilation opens up, so you only have to look at the back of site. And they do some good work from there until you get to Poppin, who's now 15 up, 9 rounds deep. Momentum continues for Envy.
He is him right now. And now you're on to Stingers again. And that number we talked about of trying to get to 4 feels very out of reach. Oh, how pivotal that round could have been for Trust and Plug. But now it's just going to be down to, can you catch anyone off guard? And almost. Timing there was near for Sacred, but instead Kainzera does connect with the operator. And we got a very early 5v4.
lot of stupid stats about KaneZera coming out of stage 1, but my personal favorite is since Envy has been signed, he has failed to get less than 18 kills on any singular map that this team has played. Unreal duelist, truly, at every waking moment. And when he leaves the scene, Poppin's gonna be right there to replace him.
GrabNet
goes
caused a
Kane
bit of
over
an
to that A
issue. Paranoia blocks, though. And this is just another one of those rounds, Tenrek, where it's just like, Trust and Plug just can't hit A. They just cannot get in. They have a dimensional drift. You'd think maybe you use that, but oh my God. I mean, just stop it. Stop it. Ion, stop it. Extra right there for the trade. Nowhere to go. I mean, we're getting smoke headshot kills. What are we talking about?
No reason not to just gun it down. When you start hearing those steps and when you start hearing Chaotic just launching that clone, it is truly a one and done mode comp for Trust and Plug at the moment. Really are just banking everything on like these deadlock util dump hits. And they're having to use the cypher cages to push in. They really just have no good answer to this A main push.
Zero. Well, this is a must win here. You have to have this if you're Trust and Plug. Got the dimensional drift. Figured that's going to be a part of this. Execute no matter which side it goes to. I would have to figure they're probably going to try to keep playing over towards A with it. The trap wire setup once again around B continues to allow KaneZera to play on this forward angle at main. You've got Poppin just looking for information kind of on a very safe angle in the backside of mid. And interesting, we're going to try to run this down market, but look at all the information. Spy cam's out, Owl drone's here. KaneZera wants to make sure no one's over the top. Wallbang will connect for half HP. And Poppin is still doing Poppin things.
I know exactly
doing KaneZera things too, though, trying to go in to finish that off. Shot he knows he landed, but gets punished for it. So it is a 4v4 on the site that is starting to get crowded a little bit, and Poppin does get taken care of early.
Raid boss down. Inspire caught. Ion to the backside of the site. How much can he create? Can he kill any time? What could he just kill the whole team? Paranoia. Oh, it's going to land. Does he get an angle at this? One more inside the site. A little bit of damage tagged. Extra coming back. Saves a life. Oh, boy. Is it Envy or is it the Fray? That's how you save a life. Ion last one standing.
Holy
God. My goodness. Put it to bed. 9-2 through 11. Envy crushing.
How the hell does Ion hold on that long in the boathouse to yet again save face for Envy out of nowhere to take back that round? They started to get a little crazy. They started to get a little stupid. They started to get a little brave. KaneZera walked into potentially 3 people in market with no intel with a shorty in his hands. And they still win this round off of Ion holding on to that boathouse for dear life, grabbing 2 along the way, then exiting off of that extra flash with the perfect timing we know that Yorumain has.
Who's next?
Dimensional drift immediately out. Chaotic. Gonna get a quick read. Hunter's Fury to follow up with this. Poppin just trying to stave this off, and Poppin has done more than that. Oh, stop it. I don't know what else to say, Tenrek. Just stop it. Just stop it. Get him off my screen. This is disgusting.
No more charges left.
Yeah, can we skip this cutscene?
Well, for Plug, they're probably thinking that. Can we get out of here? Well, you will. As Moose is the last one left to be a 1v3, he's been tagged. And now we're just playing with our food. First shorty shot will land. Poppin will finish it off. And Poppin has just dropped a career grand slam on Plug's foreheads in the first half. He's 19-4. And keep in mind, he's got teammates behind him that have 16-12 as well. Yeesh.
Yeah, he's got to stay on his toes if you want to continue top fragging after these performances that the rest of the team has been continuing to put up. But surely a mic drop half after the amount of enabling he was able to do from mid the entirety of that half, whether it was being able to trade off of KaneZera effectively, rotate to A main effectively to immediately intercept off of the smoke or cage or whatever Trust and Plug decided to set up for that push. And then, of course, the market hold all the way through for whatever B pushes Trust and Plug had left in him. Every answer to every question now, Envy gets to attack.
Yeah. I mean, really, this game could just be over depending on what happens with this pistol. You have to have it. I hate to keep saying the same thing over and over again, but if you're Trust and Plug, you've missed a couple of windows, you've had a couple of things go completely awry, and now you are in a must-win situation pretty much from here on out. Especially here for the pistol, though, you just don't want to be down 12-2. And Plug will be playing a bit of a stack up here, just replacing the one-way. Okay, crash set forward. Here comes a little bit of a walk. That's just a decoy. That cues up the wide swing. Trade is not bad, though, especially with all of the deadlock utilities still in place at the choke point.
Hoffman creeping up the tree. The sonic sensor diverts. Now the grab net to force Teague, able to get active in the isolated fight, exactly how he likes it. But now Envy able to push in on top of their own cages, and KaneZera has space. KaneZera has kills. 3 now, and the remaining 2 up in heaven.
Just cannot happen. Cannot allow that to happen. They're hard scoped on that angle. Moose will get the trade, but headshot was tallied. Both members here for Plug are essentially a bullet away
30 seconds
from being
left.
taken care of by this ghost. Eggster continues to play with the spike. Shock darts continuing to chunk him. So 10, if he wins that one outright, I throw my microphone out the window. But Plug will get the pistol. Stay alive.
Oh, brother. They really like to keep you on the edge of your seat the whole way through, don't they? Once again, the ability to suddenly elongate fights that they would rather finish in microseconds. Envy's macro is as intimidating as their aim. But Trust and Plug maintaining that heaven control and their own patience to be able to diff Eggster after they were able to do all that chipping away in the meantime. Deadlock util can't be taken down like that on the pistol, especially, Shiv.
Yeah, very true. But, okay, Lifeline has been talked about. I won't say earned. We still have a long way to go here, Fred.
First mandatory round of many.
Yeah, true. But an opportunity to put them together here, obviously. It's just don't fall to KaneZera shorty. That's kind of the big problem. But Envy just trying to show some force at A main. Defense says, nah, who cares? We're good to go.
We'll see no goading for Plug here, but staying planted on this cubby. Ballsy for a potential death ball if Chaotic does not get a pick.
Anyone else?
For the Outlaw is pretty easy.
Gun here.
Ping in the classic just to make sure.
Guys,
Crash out. Nice shot from Chaotic and then moves to the corner. Able to find one more. Chaotic teeing off a little bit. Right clicks out for both players. Scion will be able to find the stinger, but
30 seconds
with a 1v4, not a lot of time. We've seen some incredible stuff. This would take the cake. And there we go. No more antics. Back-to-back rounds for Plug, and the bonus will be pretty significant here. Outlaw, Guardian, Spectre, not bad.
Envy searching for advantage in a round that generates 0 of it for themselves. What you expect out of the attack for them here. But now this double duelist gets to go cray-cray on the rifles. So might see some defaulting, might see some deathballing. You really have no idea what to expect with this Envy attack. It really kind of ends up just being what I call, whatever. Whatever, man. They kind of just do whatever. And it just works.
True. I mean, there is a certain level of, like, if Papa's just going to keep winning 1v3s, then yeah, just like whatever, just do what you want. But I think you're absolutely right. Kind of looking at this from Envy's perspective on this offense, you do turn your eyes to what Kane and Eggster want to try to pull with this double duelist setup. Okay, Crash going to get sent in. Aldra behind that. Keep your focus forward. There's the dash, and Eggster will teleport in, but dealt with nicely by Plug. They hold him at the front doors.
Teague able to step out of tree and grab that kill and still go unpunished. Another
Spike planted.
small gap in information that Trust and Plug quickly take advantage of. The reaction time coming through for the moment. Envy having to creep up on top of this spike to generate some action, and Inspire's still on this lure. Good God.
Yeah, timing here is really pivotal for if Inspire is even going to be a part of this play.
Yeah.
Aldron out. Ion, good first. Sneaks away, still at full health. Poppin', his turn, over towards tree. Can't create anything. Now Inspire's got to come into this play. It is too late. It's just taking a little bit too long. It's going to force the quick rotation through with that secondary toggle on the spike. Inspire, yeah, he's just not going to get here to check the spike in time. Plus Moose right there to meet him with a found Phantom. So, okay, bonus comes through. And all of a sudden, you start to just shake things out a little bit and say, all right, the game starts now if you're trusting Plug.
You're already definitely seeing that Envy is getting a little antsy when figuring out what channel to attack, the very same way that Trust and Plug did. So reestablishing that perspective, definitely going to make him feel a lot more confident entering these upcoming rounds. Do you start holding closer chokes? Do you start trying to counter defaulting if you're Trust and Plug, though, with the potential for a snowball still so close? Envy still has a lot of purchasing power here, and he'll go for the full-blown attack on a B site. Quickly silenced, though.
Moose still hanging on the sidewalk, trying to shake off the paranoia. Doesn't stay alive through it. Chaotic. Misses the first op shot and then immediately swapped over to the shorty. And Teague gets blown over from the front side at market, and a thrifty round. Just when you start to think Trust and Plug can start to trust into their setup, start to get that defensive statistic building for them, a thrifty comes through, and now this resets the game again in favor of Envy.
A double duelist push gets just a 1-for-2 trade, and it is still enough to breach that B site quicker than Trust and Plug are able to react, at least for this round. From there, they absolutely storm the fights that Trust and Plug started, or tried to start a little early as well. They tried to pull in Envy, but Envy actually ready for it this time. Turns back, takes care of 2, and then goes back for that site control. Able to manage both ends of the fighting stick just this once. 2 out from taking this map away and going to their own pick of Lotus here. That aim still looking crispy for Envy here on this attack.
And it's just like, look, I don't want to sit here and glaze harder than the Krispy Kreme shop nearby, but it's just like Envy, when they're finding these 1v multiple wins like this, it creates one narrative, and that is Envy's playing well today. To make it, you know, the G-rated version of saying that. Envy has looked unbelievable. And it's not even just the simple fact that Poppin is dominating. He's already above, I think, 20 eliminations. But it's the simple fact of the matter that he's getting so much good information from his teammates, let alone what he's been able to create for himself. It's just everything is covered from the defensive side. And like we continue to mention, when you go to a double duelist with the dimensional drift at the ready, that's going to guarantee you a 12th round, you would think, especially with the Hunter Security combined with that. So it's just Envy's coming out hot today. Although that is a very pivotal first blood, considering you're in a force buy for Trust and Plug. They may be able to like walk through this one way and actually turn that into a rifle.
Once again, one of the unique traits of Envy, just trying to not line him their way through a couple 1v2 ecos. And all too often, it still goes like that. Still. Trade back on B main and the early entry from the one duelist that's still around. Gains a lot of control onto the B site that Plug certainly don't want to counteract immediately.
Moment of pause here, though, before this BXQ comes through. There's the paranoia. Moose gets a small reveal, turns it into a bit of damage. Does he get a read? He had a read that someone had entered into his trap, but doesn't make a difference. Zera for 4 may have just put this round out of question as Sacred finds themselves in a 1v2. And the pinch will take them out of the map. Envy, 12-5. And keep in mind, this is Trust and Plug's map pick. Yeesh.
Match point.
Zera, thanks to that run, he's back up to above 18 again, so he keeps that run going too. He almost tried to go for the flip. He's still clip farming, by the way, for that 5th in the 3v1. So Envy, never one to dwindle from their personality. But really, nothing to complain about with that take, even after Eggster was gone. Nobody ever questioned that Zera could do that sort of push all on his own. That's sort of the whole point of having the Yoru as your second duelist, is he can just be any old place. Just so happened that Eggster didn't get one this time.
Well, after the forced purchase in the last round, it gives the indication that the whole rest of the way for Trust and Plug will, of course, be the same. Get what you can afford. And the purchase isn't miserable. You've got an Annihilation. You've also got the Dimensional Drift at the ready, but such is still the case with a couple extra alts for Envy. Then there's the offensive Dimensional Drift sent out. Grab will be put down. Good reveal behind this. Annihilation trying to come through, but wait a second. The Zera to jump over the top of it? Sure seems that way. Eggster pops off for the Dimensional Drift and finds 2 defenders inside the site. And there's just nothing that Plug can do.
Zera parkouring over that deadlock ult that could have completely stunted this Envy push, and instead they're glowing outside of backside. They're looking for the triple swing from a distance. Whoa. And Moose will make them question themselves for a second. As always, it's never clean, but it's always fun. Envy, a 13-5 victory on what is not their pick.
Yeah, and we may have been on the opening death segment longer than we were in the map. I mean, legitimately, it was exactly, though, like Elizabeth and Gompers were talking about. Envy they catch steam and they're just going to run you down. And it becomes easier to kind of do the old day one playbook strategy of we're just better when Poppin is finding 1v3s on site by himself, essentially. He's able to lock down mid-map by himself, essentially. And, you know, to kind of speak outside of just the easy category of Envy good, Trust and Plug not so good, the biggest part about this in my mind, Henrik, is the fact that on the first side of defense, Envy didn't allow Trust and Plug to do anything but hit through tree, hit through B main. You don't want to do that in the face of course, double duelist and more importantly, Poppin who's in the way. So my only thing I could say is that map for Envy was pretty good. It's pretty good.
Trust and Plug, I should say, and Gompers did briefly speak about this, you can tell that Trust and Plug still did do their research, especially when it came to that defensive half. They were able to still try and maintain that tempo control and at least keep Envy guessing for a little while. Of course, when that confidence started balling up, you know what Envy's going to do. They're going to win, and that's exactly what they did.
Well, kind of a clip farming opening map for Envy, and now they get a chance to go over to their map selection when we come back. Don't go far. Desk back with us in the backside of the break.
I don't think I have a favorite, but I am a fan of many cereals, I won't lie. Fruit Loops, Fruity Pebbles are like okay, but like Captain Crunch, very good. I love Captain Crunch. Then there's a lot of like, you know, low-key ones too that I gotta keep like hidden, but I do like cereal.
My comfort food is probably some pho, some like banh mi. Like my mom's like a really good cook, so she makes like a lot of good Vietnamese food.
My comfort food would probably be poutine. I miss Quebec. I miss the food there, so I said poutine will make me feel at home and good, straight up.
For me, my favorite comfort food would be like a nice warm soup.
Gotta focus. I'm shifting the soup mode.
It's just real nice and warm and hearty inside. There's nothing like it when it's like nice and cold. Especially where like I'm from, it's like mostly cold like year round, except for maybe like 3-4 months. I'd say it's generally cold. So soup is definitely like my comfort food.
Probably like, ooh, like a nice cheeseburger or like some good pizza. It's like pretty chill. Can't really go wrong with that. Maybe pancakes. Ooh, pancakes. Oh.
I think my mom's mac and cheese. I had that like a lot growing up, and it's like definitely like a favorite of mine to have when I go back home from college. So yeah, I'd say my mom's mac and cheese is really good.
That's kind of hard. I feel like a comfort food is something that like comes from my culture, just something like my mom would make or like my grandma would make. So I'll say some biryani. You know, it's like a Pakistani dish that they would make a lot. It's just like, you know, some rice, some lamb or chicken, and it's just really good. So I'd say that.
My comfort food has to be like Chick-fil-A. You can't go wrong with their chicken sandwiches. So always spicy. Yeah, spicy's always better.
People would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend. We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I am your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers. And if you're just joining us, you missed a Envy masterclass on Ascent, taking down Trust and Plug 13-5. Now, Gompers, I do want to say that you predicted Trust and Plug to win this match. Excuse me. There are 2 maps left, but
Yes.
what do you think went wrong for your choice today? What did Trust and Plug struggle with on Ascent?
They didn't feel like my homies, I definitely saw like a spark of it, right, on the defense. You know, they started playing a little bit more together, but as the offense, right, like what we saw from Envy, I thought we were gonna see from Plug and Trust, and that was, I guess, more so my issue. Like there was no adaptation to the aggression that we saw from Envy on the defense, and occasionally they were so quiet, giving absolutely no information, but we would still see slow walks onto site, slow walks down through mid, slow walks down through tree, and they would give early information away so quickly from Plug, right? Like smokes down in cat, smokes going down tree, and then they just walk in. No information, no drone. It was just a complete walk in, and you know, information already given, so eyes are already directed towards that location, and they just got taken down. And it was a lot of good reads from Envy, while also really, really poor execution from Plug. And it's not like them, right? Like I could see a lot of fearfulness coming through from the Duelist Chaotic, and I really, really hope that that wouldn't come through, but it was true. The Yoru wasn't playing the Yoru role. It wasn't aggressive. It wasn't that trolly Yoru that we like to see where the TPs are obnoxious, right? Like the flashes, they weren't playing off those flashes. There were so many things in terms of, you know, just not utilizing the util the right way that I saw that I really wish we did get to see.
Yeah, and something we talked about before during the pre-show is that we really said that this team setup was like they were going to set up Chaotic so well. You know, they were going to show you exactly like this duelist matchup, and what we saw was just more of a whimper. Like you were saying, this is not the Trust and Plug that we promised you guys in the pre-show. And what makes me a little worried is, we'll go into this a little bit more in detail later, but that was Plug's map pick. Granted, they started on attack. You know, we could talk about that a little bit later as well, but that was quite a struggle for them. And the first kills, you know, they're finding it's tricky when you have these moments where it's, again, I said on the pre-show that Envy have this suffocating style, but then also they would slow down Gompers. Like I think a lot of times you would see Plug waiting and trying to bait these players out, kind of see that, try to get that aggressive style. And Envy were just willing to play patient, stay back, and say, no, you come to us.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, like it was so odd because after doing that so many times, you would think to yourself, you know, this isn't working. Let's try something different. And the thing is, Envy are so quick to respond. You know, a lot of the time they were exerting a lot of utility to stop these pushes from happening, but there was no retaliation. They didn't take a step back and then re-hit the site. It wasn't, you know, hey, okay, so we know how many players are here. How can we handle this? Where do we want to watch? What are these spots that Envy might be hiding in under Cypher, under Sova? Like what can we work with here? It was very, it kind of felt almost impulsive in a way where there was no execution, there was no plan. And that was the issue. I really, really had hoped, you know, with the plan B, there would have been more in terms of their attacking side. Their defense, if they started off there, I think they would have had better momentum for sure. I think the attack, just the unfortunate reality of Ascent, they didn't start off with that momentum, and it really just led that undertone of, hey, yeah, this is not going very well and our mental is freaked. Like, how are we gonna get out of this situation right now?
Well, the winners of the map were Envy, as you can see on your screen. And two people you wanted to highlight are your two top fraggers. We have Poppin and Kanzera. If you joined us in the pre-show, these were the folks that we highlighted in the beginning as two people to keep an eye on from Envy. And boy, did they not disappoint. And Gompers, you talked about this while we were watching the game together, that these two just play together so well. They tended to move together, travel together, like the true initiator duelist style pairing that we were talking about that is so critical for teams finding success, for duelists finding success. And that's exactly what they did.
No, they definitely did. Like, I really liked it too, because Poppin, this time we got to see them play a little bit more with Kanzera in terms of refrag potential, which was, in my opinion, kind of missing in the last Ascent game that I watched. But here, it was so phenomenal the way that they had that buddy system, right? It wasn't just Poppin peeking out and being aggressive. Of course, there were a lot of 1v1s being handled within this game. I will not lie. I think this was a majority of, hey, 1v1, let's see who's the better shooter. But it was always going to be Kanzera. It was always going to be Poppin playing together down mid. This was a beautiful example of what I mean by having that teamwork, having that synergy, always the last two alive and always the first two to get those picks. I think it was just gorgeous the way they handled this round, and the entirety of just being able to handle, right, like the retakes. I don't think there was ever a moment where on the defense, you know, they had to worry about what this team was going to do, because there was no aggression coming out, and they were so good at handling that.
It's something that I think if we have to point to kind of quintessential Valorant, what we're looking for, the 5v5 precise gunplay tactical shooter, that is what we're talking about. This sort of buddy, I called the buddy system, like you were talking about, where you cannot have one without the other. And Kane does not find his success without Poppin and vice versa. And so if going into the next map, that is something I definitely want you guys as an audience to keep your eye on. And we'll be going to Envy's pick of Lotus. And this is a lot of space, we talked about in the pre-show as well, for people to, the duelists especially, to play and have fun. And moving on, having stolen your enemy's map pick in a very dominant fashion, Gumpers.
Yeah.
If you're Envy, you're feeling quite good going into Lotus.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I think Lotus for Envy, especially coming off a map pick that wasn't originally theirs. Of course, it was definitely a map pick they wanted, right? If it wasn't Lotus, it was definitely going to be Ascent. So they just got honestly, really lucky with the map selection here as well for Envy. And especially now, we might be able to see somewhat of a similarity in terms of the ISO coming out on both sides. And that more so just leads to who is the better shooter, of which we saw, right? The confidence is just on Envy's side today. So with ISO coming through, with there being that 1v1 situation and potential, that might be the deterring factor. And obviously, I mean, it might just be.
Something I want to ask you now that we are into Agent Select is, I think now we are in a meta and in an environment where Taeho is a must pick.
Yes.
It is a absolutely broken initiator. The post plants it is. But right now, Envy is not choosing a Taeho. Do you think that is a mistake? Is this something they normally do? Please yap all you want about this. It's something I'm because I'm genuinely very curious about it, because anytime I do not see a Taeho, I get a little nervous now.
Yeah, no, Taeho actually is not something that they're accustomed to, which I'm going to say I think it works out just fine. I think, with Poppin and honestly Exer taking in that second duelist role as the Yoru, I don't think they need too much information gather, because they solely rely on a lot of the time with their executions on the ability to close out the angles they're worried about and just utilize the Yoru util to give themselves the advantage peeking through, which works out for them. I think Trust and Plug need the information. I think based off of what we saw previously, I'm hoping they use it more diligently this time, especially with the map where you have Teague now being able to completely close out all of these corners that you couldn't close out before. So, in cohesion with the flashes from Chaotic, the flashes from Teague, which we're missing entirely on the execution on the last map, this should be a map that is better well served for Trust and Plug, but it really just depends on, if Kanezera and Poppin really want to do the same thing again.
Well, this could be a clean 2-0 for Envy, but when Shift took it from me last time, he was a bit sassy, and this time I'm going to be lady, not be sassy at all. It is your casters, Shift and Tenrek on the call. Take it away, friends.
Oh, the high road from Elizabeth. Look at this gay. This guy's taking the high road. What a Jersey girl. Let's get into this one. I just got to ask you flat out, Tenrek, because the devs seem to enjoy the fact that Trust and Plug swapped up their comp. I don't know if I feel the same way, especially in the face of a Yoru ISO. I just feel like Viper is going to get abused.
Yeah, nothing about this game feels exciting for a Trust and Plug fan, does it? Having to go up against Envy here on Lotus in general is scary as any team, but doing it with a new comp, it's definitely scary walking into this. My guess is you're trying to fight for A little more consistently, and we're going to see how that plays off rip on this defensive half. With Moose's walls, they might gain a little more space passively, especially as the round goes on. But I'm really, I'm with you. I'm not entirely sure if this is going to be enough to stop what Envy has to offer.
Yeah, and not to utilize the over-embellished meme of Envy can just walk it down, but I don't think they're going to respect the wall at all. I just think you're going to pop a double tap, you're just going to walk through it, and you're just going to chow it. I don't know. I feel like that's probably going to be a level of just, again, putting a lot of pressure onto the Viper wherever they seem fit to be. Haunt will go out over towards C early. Not any commitment behind this, but look at the middle of the map. You want to talk about walking through a wall. Envy have already done that, and now they're going to catch Chaotic, or is the shoe on the other foot? It looks like it was Chaotic for 2, and Plug is in a good spot to start.
They're going to try and double down on it, though, take over this peak, and Inspire will end up refragging it. But Trust and Plug got the early sandwich, particularly from Baby. Bones with salvos ready now.
You have to get this back if you're Plug. You have to be able to retake this with the utility you have available. That will help. Now it's just down to Kanezera and Inspire. Spy cam for Inspire, just trying to see what he can see. Answer is not too much. A little bit messy on the first gunfight. Teague's just going to hold for the defuse. So good commitment there for Plug. And honestly, it really just comes down to the simple fact that you get the catch on the backside of that B hit, and you get 2 out of the defense that really just never allow Envy to feel all that comfortable, even though technically they do get all the kills at the end of it.
Yeah, Envy have in one fell swoop proven that not only are they really good at invading this map and they will continue to try and backstab Trust and Plug at any given moment, but they can totally choke that anytime they try it. And Trust and Plug are ready to profit off of that and turn it into fights that they can win consistently, as tough as those fights are still going to be.
I was about to say, with all those kills, I was curious to see if there's going to be some sort of a force buy from Envy. They've done this in the past, especially after a successful plant. It'll just be the one stinger, though. A couple of the sheriffs. The consideration of having the battle against Chaotic and what would be an Outlaw is in play, and Envy are just going to once again take a little bit of tempo up to the middle of the map. But what an aftershock in a perfect position. It takes down 2. Not often you see that, and it'll just be down to Inspire for the 1v4.
Startling takeover that speedruns that pre-plant for Trust and Plug. Great placement from Teague on the fault line too, to get that set up all the way down the front door to open up stairs as well so that the rest of TIP could come in unscathed. In fact, it's Teague and Moose, the only ones that are really harmed. The former taking the first couple shots from Inspire, but has to check so much to try and get anything here. Doesn't look like that'll happen.
Can make things interesting, though. The fault line finds 1, but it's Teague for 4. That is not insignificant. 2 away from a rolling thunder through 2 rounds for Teague. Considerable, to put it plainly, especially if they can find a way to get it in this round and possibly win a bonus, which is going to have, again, a lot of weight in it here for Trust and Plug. Good start.
Yeah, really tremendous potential to spin this into a solid defensive half off the jump here. And a much better look at that aftershock. Yeah, really well timed. That covers the whole of that left side of the site too. That's really great space that he can just build off of himself.
Prowler out. Chaotic still trying to hold the angle. I think actually does catch the shoulder of Eggster, who's down to 10 HP, but everyone stays alive. Wow, paranoia play. Inspire says not so fast. Bones trying to secure the trade with the Sheriff. So now they've walked right by one another. Messy stuff as Bones will drop. And the hit over towards C will be on with a really stable post plant with all 4 members here.
I'm amazed at how that was able to work so well for Inspire and the rest of Envy in the short run. Perhaps not for the long, as Moose is ready to meet this immediately and catches Eggster. So Envy gonna stick it out on site.
Aftershock to clear off one side of the ramp. A little bit of a high-low setup here. Not sure if it's going to be a full hit through the back or at Waterfall. It doesn't make much of a difference. Ion and Pop and find their initials. And Moose just down to a little bit of regenerative shields and only 20 HP would have to pop. And so far, say not a bad start to it, able to get himself an upgrade to a rifle. But Ion unpredicted on the long corner through C main. That's enough for Envy to get on the board and stop the bonus.
Still messy, but it seems like Seaside's going to be the best bet consistently for Envy's takes. Feels like it's a lot tougher to be able to clear with the util that Plug has to themselves, especially on these tighter corners. Ion was kind of just able to hold wherever. And the rest of the team down on the water, haven't even really tested the potential of holding from Mound yet. Looks like they'll try that off rip in this next round with a buy that they'll have to really springboard off of. It's a little testy.
Shoulder peaks here for Moose. Has to respect the dark cover and especially all the noise that's being created over towards C Mound. So we'll step back in a little bit safer towards the site. No immediate play over towards A on really either lurk position here, whether you're looking at that from Inspire's POV or from the position of Sacred, just kind of respecting each other, and there will be at least first contact here at C main by the look of it.
Yep, ready to choke hold it as soon as that toxic orb goes bye-bye. Contract. Catching a clone. Love to see that play from Chaotic coming through, but Extra's gonna make headway anyway, and Envy will still break onto the C side anyway. Oh, it was all for not shift.
Oh no, we saw that in Game Changers last night. It was a little bit more incognito. Like we weren't sure if it was a decoy initially because it was like a gut check throw of it, but
yeah,
that one was about as obvious as it gets.
About as clear as it can be.
Oh, that's so awkward. But regardless of the decoy being pulled for comedic relief, Envy still able to dominate on the top of the C site, and Trust and Plug are already going to talk about it. And I think the thing about this is, again, like I just, like Moose has already been, again, disrespected on the wall through mid a couple of rounds in a row. It hasn't really done much towards blocking line of sight at A because there's been no contact at A. So like when you're looking at a solo sentinel of just the Viper not playing around their own wall at C, what are we going to do to lock down this site? Because again, with the ability for Kane, Zera, and Egster to sprint into sight with a double tap or a gate crash, I just don't know how you solo hold that if you're a Viper.
It is a really tough middle ground that you have to play with because Moose has been doing such a better job at like infiltrating and lurking than he has been at holding and stalling, and the latter is what he's going to have to do if he wants to have a C site that the rest of Trust and Plug is able to consistently retake before Spike can go down, which I think is the gap in which they're going to have to try and do that. It's going to have to be the snake bite on top of the orb, on top of the double back on a shot, on top of whatever else Trust and Plug is able to throw by the time all that is said and done. And Moose has to not die the whole time that's going on, so he can jump back in for the trade with the rest of the team that actually has util to work off of it. It is a college level essay of work that has to be done on this defensive half. And all you get for it is a conditioning wall that thwarts a little bit of A fighting. Great, you stopped the first thing that you saw Envy was good at. Now they get to be good at the rest of the stuff.
I was about to say, this is different though. You're going to go have the Viper play off their own wall at A and a one-way smoke on the corner to try to contest C mound, and there you go. You call it out perfectly, Tenrek. You do get a little bit of a lurk elimination from Moose. It's stingers after all, but still, the considerations of adjusting and adapting what the defensive setup is going to be has now been inserted into the conversation. So we'll see if those things continue into full gun round as Envy will hit the double tap and get on their way onto the A site.
And you know Kane's going to push this to some degree while on top of the Vuln and just barely finds the pickoff. Still decent health pool to work off of, and Envy should find all the momentum from there. Easy 4v2. They should sweep in here. Make it 4v1.
I am confusion. Teague hit the Rolling Thunder there. They didn't have any presence or knowledge of where this A hit was going to be. The only thing I can think of is like maybe they make the call of like, let's hit this Rolling Thunder before they plant, but too late. I mean, just flat out timing-wise, they were too late, and I think there was a call for it in the 4v4 with Stingers thinking if they go A, we're going to hit it, but the plant was already through, and that Rolling Thunder does nothing.
The boat is once again starting to get rocked here for Trust and Plug, as their moments of indecision lead to far more punishment than Envy's. Of course, on Lotus attack, that's always kind of the status quo. But as they continue to run away with this consistent fighting in the front lines, they'll double back to the one that they did even better here on Mound. Chaotic here again, though.
And just... vulnerability comes through. Dimensional Drift is out. Whoa, clean shots from Chaotic, an important first, but Egster will still gain entry into the site with the Dimensional Drift. Snakebite trying to delay. Decoy out. Nightfall coming through, but Moose hangs. Now the Viper's pit to try to keep themselves planted. This has been better for Moose, but it only lasts for so long as the shorty will be what takes him out of position and will allow the spike to make on to C.
Just look at that. He did everything. Chaotic got his one kill, and then Moose had to do use literally everything. Orb on top of the bite to wall away one, but now Teague back in. Flashes to get that space back in the 1v1 against Pop, and his... See, Inspire making his way back around. Teague is back on, and Inspire's late.
But has Poppin created enough time for Inspire to see this angle? They're not going to expect him to be playing from the defensive side. He gets the first, but doesn't get around the corner in time to stop the defuse. So Plug respond, and a much better overall round for Moose, all things told. Just being able to use the snake bite and find a couple of kills. Sure, the Viper's pit doesn't find much value, but enough damage dealt by the defense to secure the round.
That is the second round so far this match that Trust and Plug has been able to out-sprint Inspire's wraparound from spawn, and it worked so beautifully. That, I believe, is what they're trying to accomplish when they go for these fragmented retakes with something like that Rolling Thunder we saw from Teague previously, which, by the way, he's already halfway to his next one. But regardless, it seems like they're just trying to catch the players of Envy that they know will be also sneaking away by themselves. Problem is, if they're this good, it's just still such a gamble.
Yeah. And I just don't love the idea of how we're delayed challenging C Mound like that. Nice paranoia coming through, but it doesn't make a difference. Spire still snaps to find 2, and that long lurk that was trying to be created by Moose now has to retreat back, as likely this will be a save for Trust and Plug.
Every round you see Trust and Plug pulling out the stops out to be able to crawl their way to a round win, and then Envy's able to just choke slam the rounds right back with a simple take like that. Such is the nature of Lotus A attack. And so I think I have to start asking you, Shift. What is Moose gonna do on attack? What is, how do you enable off of this wall against the team that will continue pushing you this frequently when they're on the defensive side?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's just, it's one of those situations there where we've seen Viper on this map on the offensive side before, where you just use it to kind of block off one long line of sight. You know, whether that be over towards A or just like cut off the backside of the C site. Like, there's opportunities to utilize it as a way to section off the site, but I don't know. There are still, of course, questions about like how exactly the efficiency is going to come through if you're finding this much struggle at the moment for Trust and Plug trying to utilize the Viper defensively.
Well, we'll see how Trust and Plug respond in kind on this next push-up. Fighting for Rubble has clearly been something they want to continue trying to twist the knife into. They know they still have the advantage with that screen, as slim a time frame as it may be, but using the salvos, they'll once again implant Sacred, this time on top of Rubble.
Paranoia queued up. Not trusted. Oh, man. Sacred's going to have instant regret there. Bones trying to hang on to the backside of A. Not going to hang. So with that, Envy just going to be able to walk up, find themselves a post-plant situation. And for Moose and Teague, well, they're going to just play this individually.
Spike planted.
Moose, long ways back. Teague gonna wait a hot minute for this. And Ion still checking, so none of this is a guarantee. Might just save. Yeah.
Yeah.
I realize they're cooked.
There might be an opportunity for Teague to play for exits. Same could be said for Boost if he just holds his corner and everyone backs up in towards A main. But yeah, there's just no way you go for this 2v4. Not an actual try for the retake. Hector, good prediction. Checks his corners. Can Ion do the same? Paranoia.
Better.
Moose trying to step forward from the nearsightedness.
Wow.
Little crouch spam. A little dance there, Zion popping. Ooh. Unfortunately falls the spike, but not the end of the world. Money's good.
And so are vibes for this Envy attack that continues to cruise along into the fights that Trust and Plug try to set up for themselves. Again, really love the proactivity. Admire it fully. But in these raw duels and expecting to continue to diff the 5 players on Envy, tough ask for any team. For a Trust and Plug that's still shaping themselves with these 2 new additions, monumental.
Yeah, I think, you know, again, let's just like keep the perspective locked in here when we talk about the teams that we expect to start off flawlessly. Envy, of course, is one of them. But for Trust and Plug, you know, a good opening win showed us the potential for sure. But learning and growing, that needs to happen, like you mentioned, just kind of getting themselves comfortable as here comes Envy over towards the front doors at C. Extra, I'm not sure how he's able to create that elimination. Armageddon going to cut right across the front side of the site. And that'll be enough to largely stop this play. But Ion goes undiscovered, and he finds 2. Plus, you've got Eggster watching the cross. Sacred in the corner has been seen. And after the plant comes out, it'll just be down to how this 1v1 unfolds. Eggster shakes off the nearsightedness, trying to play on the corner. Sacred will catch 1, but this is a very difficult 1v2 from here on out.
Always a contingency available for Envy. Again, a tremendous round played by Trust and Plug for the remainder of that, recognizing that Chaotic has felt the most fluid on the C site, having him be the one to play for that stall, and he did a beautiful job with it, allowing enough time for that Armageddon to come in to split the board again. But Ion, as always, creeping up at the worst possible moment, grabbing that pivotal 2 to set the scales back in Envy's favor. Like, yeah, what a laundry list completed here by Chaotic to swing back outside the boxes to grab one more, and then still dancing with Ion long enough here. Really gave it his all there, but still, it's just not enough against this team.
Trust and Plug back onto a half-buy situation. One Vandal, everything else is going to be Stingers. Savo tossed out early. Doesn't really deter the aggression from Envy, though. With Dimensional Drift already clearing out at Tree. Poppins found an initial win over through stairs. And the spike will make its way over very quickly. And even on top of that, Ion's going to try to teleport in as fast as he possibly can to join the party.
Envy looking to make this a quick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on top of this ult dump, but Trust and Plug once again early to the party. Bones early trade.
And this has just been, again, another one of those rounds that just feels so convincing. Moose has been waiting, looking for a lurk out from Inspire, who's just not. He's just watching the cross. If you look at the double trap wire set up behind him, he doesn't care about the flank. He wants to try to help watch the cross. So Moose doesn't get rewarded for trying to be disciplined, playing off that lurk role, but as he steps his way in, not the cleanest shots I've ever seen from Inspire, tell you what. Moose able to take advantage of that, plus catch a weapon, but regardless of that, through 10, it'll be a 7-3 count.
And one more along the way for himself to pad these stats. I do believe Moose is still leading the leaderboard for Trust and Plug at the moment. But indeed, this has been a decisive half since Envy found their stride. Tends to be the modus operandi for this squad. Once they've unlocked that confidence, once they start getting that consistent flow established, their attack half is nigh unstoppable. Of course, only one more round of it to go here, and then we'll see what Trust and Plug have up their sleeve for this, no doubt, entertaining comp on attack.
Entertaining is one word to be sure, yeah. Entertaining will be one word for sure. Prowler to clear out Mound, and again, the issue for Trust and Plug, you know, it feels similar yet still different towards what we were talking about Ascent. They're just not able to create early presence on the map. Like, we haven't seen them win Mound, we haven't seen them win A main. It's largely been reactionary defensive gameplay, and in the face of trying to do that with a Viper that really only has the snake bites to play off of to try to keep their lives, it's just these sites have been way too vulnerable, and Envy are reaping the reward of that.
I couldn't agree more. It's always Envy that are going to be quicker to the blow. Look at Inspire. He's just walking onto this.
Yeah.
Raw aura forces Bones away from that peak. They won't creep up any further here. Dimensional Drift from Chaotic is expended as Envy go window shopping with 45 on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one of those timings that that Dimensional Drift doesn't really do much to... It doesn't do anything. I mean, you're looking for information. You're trying to find some sort of a gather over towards C main. That doesn't happen. You do have Teague off of his Rolling Thunder that pops up one. And how about the follow up onto the double tap? Good, clean collapse here from Trust and Plug. And maybe that's one of those situations. You look back at the Chaotic Dimensional Drift and say, no information is information, because if they're not here, they must be somewhere. And it's just down to Poppin, and he's been good for these moments before. But this would be a 1v3 and an ace. Not going to happen. Trust and Plug catch their fourth.
Simply ready with that Rolling Thunder, and even more ready with the swing on top of it. Everyone on Trust and Plug locked on to their peaks just the way you want to see them. And again, they've been at this caliber the entire way through. It's just that Envy has managed to diff them so consistently in the outskirts of it. Minimal control gained at the tail end of this half that could bring us to 5-7, giving Trust and Plug a decent chance of making this attack look like they have a fighting chance on Envy's map pick.
Salvo's out early once again. Undercut was a part of that, though, to kind of, again, exchange utility for this vying of positioning at A. Moose. Well, that might work out. Flashes there. Moose finds two, though. And that's much better in terms of playing off of your own wall. Chaotic. Good crossing angle here. Catches KaneZera with no shield. And now it's just down to Ion and Inspire, and there's no way you get out of Tree. So after what looked to be a pretty convincing start for Envy, a 5-7 half for Trust and Plug feels, I won't say miraculous, but it feels great, especially considering that really you only found rounds in the pistol leading up into round 11.
It's everything you were asking for from this team, from not just what we saw in the Agent Select, but what we've seen from them so far this half, being able to find that aggression in Rubble and Mound, and being able to win fights off of it. Love this plant from Moose, just impeccable timing outside that door. It locks the spike out too, so Envy have to split the diff again, and KaneZera has to walk in alone to try and get the advantage back. These one crucial moments, slip-ups. Envy is prone to them as well, and Trust and Plug, they intend to expose that far further on this attack half, which, oh my god, are they gonna set up a conditioning wall A and then go Rubble? Dude, no way.
Well, it's going to be a 3-man walk up in towards B main, and Chaotic would never expect that. So first blood comes through, but Trust and Plug, hearing all those shots, maybe tallying that there's at least 2 members there, looking to play with a little bit of tempo over to A, where the only defender at the moment is Ion. Help is on the way, but it's going the long way. And the stealth drone will get some decent information on where Ion is positioned, allowing for a plant to come through.
And preventing the smokes for a decent chunk of time as well, but they're still going to start the fight now. Ion just walking right on and getting his before he goes down. Rest of Envy ready to spread the rest of the site open, and KaneZera with that shield active is going to be the forefront of it. Rest of the team creeps on, and they will win theirs as well. And that is as trivial a pistol round as you can get for Envy's retake. A site on lock.
Yeah, it's just one of those feel-out rounds too, where at what point would you ever expect there to be a 3-man walk up past B main's choke point, and you just happen to catch one off? And then again, just the good diligence for Ion to know that he's probably under threat. Just back up, get into the back of sight, and then as soon as he's good with teammates nearby, just holds W. I mean, flat out.
Yeah.
That creates another opening after the post plant was trying to get established, but not the case. And now you've got Trust and Plug feeling saucy with the plant and a couple of kills. They're going to go into the 5 Stinger force buy.
Yeah, they definitely feel the potential that they had there. They were already scaring the defense. They forced Ion back out with that gate crash, having to open the door to kind of waver it back. But it'll only reduce Trust and Plug to that one channel. Chaotic inside with the salvos to help out. Extra still holding the swing, though. Good for one more before he falls. KaneZera now on the flank very early as well. And Trust and Plug, they've been totally sandwiched.
It's interesting, yeah, because the paranoia is going to be here as well. That's what I was about to say, is this isn't just one player, there are 2. Inspire just suffocating the offense at the B choke point, and the 5 purchase of the Stingers will be punished. And now Envy have a chance to really put this map out of reach with a huge advantage coming up next.
Yeah, potential for a runaway here from Envy if they continue that dominance that we saw in those opening 2 rounds. Of course, not able to encroach nearly as often as they were before. But Trust and Plug still have to do the swinging at the end of the day. And if they're not fast enough to it, it's clear there's going to be a duelist on your tail. Envy are going to keep Trust and Plug on a timer, more than just the one on the Kyron. Trust and Plug are going to feel that pressure the whole way through. Going to go for early, aggressive Rubble control for it.
It's going to be a battle. Oh, and we're just going to spam down the smoke because why not? Okay. Next.
Yeah. Run it to the next one and give KaneZera an ult along the way. Good golly. A spray through a smoke shuts down one of the few cries for help Trust for Plug has left this match. And if that isn't a statement of the confidence that Envy has at this point and throughout, God, since they were conceived, I don't know what does.
Since they're conceived is crazy.
Since they popped out the womb, they've been this confident.
Out of all the things you could have chose to say. Undercut again, just gonna get tossed right through the front doors. Envy happy to sit here and just again spam through smoke. This time, Trust and Plug will stay fully healthy from this. The kill contract tossed out late, and KaneZera showing absolutely no respect with the Spectre out. Follow-up also still underway as the paranoia gets used late, and you can see the panic for Trust and Plug as soon as they get a read on that. There's nowhere to go, man. Nowhere to go, and it feels like composure has been lost. Envy up 11-5.
You're seeing Trust and Plug try to get that flowchart going, have the setup, have what they want to take for the round, and Envy stop them at step 1. There is no follow-up, there is no pushback, there is no counteraction, there's barely any double swinging at this point. All rules have been thrown to the wind, Envy control almost everything at this point. I think Spawn is the only space that Trust and Plug feel comfy holding on to, and if given a couple extra seconds in the round, Trust and Plug decide to extend that long, Envy will take that too.
Salvo's out extra, a little bit of trouble. Gate crashes back after the flash had been popped. More than healthy, more than fine. Defense still has a lot of security at C with the double trap wires and spy cam over the top of the door. Plus, you're even going to get a rotation here out of KaneZera. Spam from Teak, though, works out. Poppin gets caught on that little peek through mid. There's an undercut that was tossed with that. Try to set up for an early first blood, but Trust and Plug deal with it and now have numbers.
And Moose still lurking on rubble, seeing if anybody crept up in the meantime. It seems like Ion's going to get a little antsy. But with the toxic screen up, Moose will not meet the Maker just yet. Enabled Plug to creep up to this A site against just the one. Ion meets a world of hurt. Still gets one along the way, but the damage is done and the space is made.
2 rifles collected. So, looking decent here. Exter will be affected by the fault line. Aftershock also tossed in. Surely we check the back of the site. Surely we check the back of the site. Oh, and now the dimensional drift gets Exter out of there. Oh my goodness, they can do no wrong. KaneZera trying to become a part of the play. There's the flash, Bones in trouble. Rolling Thunder gets tossed. That only hits one though. Exter still playing on the back, and KaneZera, even while affected, still gets the one tap onto Teague's forehead. Just down to Sacred. W opening first headshot, but nothing more. Just flat out overwhelmed, and Envy still rip away around that. Really, they had no business winning.
Domination from the word go. And sight given to Trust and Plug after a great slow game played, maintaining the personnel advantage as well. And then you don't check back sight.
Yeah.
And a Yoru ult gets used for free, and your entire team gets revealed. Then it's desperation time from the word go as Trust and Plug. Another empty Rolling Thunder that leaves Trust and Plug in poverty going into 7 rounds of match point for Envy's sake.
Yeah, this has been a steamroll. It has shades of what we saw from that Rankers team in stage 1 too, where it's just like they come out, they're just running over people. No one can hang. They look flawless. I think the big question mark about this Envy team now in stage 2 is, you know, pending that they, you know, replicate what they did in the first stage where they exit this group stage quickly. Can they stay fresh before they get to playoffs? Because they did not look as clean as they had in group stage when they got to stage 1 playoffs. So see if there's going to be a level of just discipline that can come through here.
Yeah, despite that, you know, perfect Swiss stage that we continue to see from them, and despite them starting to look more choreographed as they got that coach, got that sign, there are still moments of mud, slop that we see from Envy. Certainly not where they lack confidence, though, and that'll continue as Trust and Plug inch outside of the B door. It's popping inside the smoke, being the first interceptor, but they'll get thwarted by the salvos for now.
But he actually can still hold this position quite nicely, just kind of lingering on the edge. And if we're finding kills like that, it just feels like one of those games of Valorant that you can do no wrong in. Armageddon delays things to the defense for a moment, but Ion follows up after the double tap was essentially a body shield for him, and that will do it. A very swift first round here for North American Challengers, as Envy really not tested at all in this series, let's be honest.
Yeah, really no stomping ground that wasn't Envy's over the course of that entire match. Any blanks that they needed to fill in on Ascent, this was the perfect match to be able to do it, and they answered. And then they played Lotus, and now they're 5-0 on that this year as well. Really, no weak points continue to poke out from this squad. They look more confident. They look more practiced. They look like they have a deeper playbook. Consistency really is their only potential enemy so far going into this Swiss and inevitably the playoffs. I mean, come on.
It just feels like, again, even saying that out loud is like, it's a way for us to counteract all the positivity. It's like, let's just make sure that we can, you know, still say that these guys are still human. But end of the day, it'll be them and TSM through their first 2 opening games of group stage. Flawless, not just overall and obviously win-loss, but also in map count. Very convincing for both those 2 squads. I know we're all excited to see those guys probably eventually square up here in the group stage. But for now, it's Envy clean through our first set as we head to a break, reset, and then M80. Ooh, we'll be right back.
People really like to give up, and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to send.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Welcome to Valorant Challengers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers. And if you're just joining us, you missed, frankly, light work from NV, taking down Trust in Plug with a clean 2-0, another clean 2-0, just like they had last week. Gompers, we were watching, and it was just kind of one of those moments where it was just NV doing NV things, really.
Yeah, we saw a better game, I will say. Even though the scores weren't that different, I will say it was a better game in general for this team in terms of cohesion, in terms of aggression, in terms of fear. I wouldn't say that for Plug and Trust, unfortunately. You know, despite I definitely saw like a little bit more confidence coming through from Teague playing onto the breach role, but it felt like a lot of their util was aimed directly for, honestly, a lot of the time for their own individual benefit. I will say a lot of the time there were really, really good instances where they were able to clutch up rounds and they were able to take back moments where Envy was having that you know, hand on their throat and keeping them in lock. But you know, at the end of the day, it just really wasn't enough to keep Envy away. I definitely will say a lot of that came from KaneZera. He was a phenomenal ISO that really just opened up so much space.
I mean, talking about, I think we highlighted it a little bit before the game started. ISO is so beneficial to players like KaneZera who take those risks, and whether it is chip damage or kills, it rewards that sort of aggressive space taking that players like Kane, they need that little, you know, extra shield to keep on going, right? Like the kind of like the Energizer Bunny, they keep going and going and going and going. And of course, it always helps when Xer is just in your face with a shorty or a bucky, whatever it is, the shotgun of choice. But
yeah,
I think it was fought. You know, I think the scoreline does not tell the whole story. I wish if you haven't seen the game, please go back and watch the VOD, because it is definitely worth looking back at that Plug. While there was kind of a crumble, especially towards the end, it was fought. They didn't take it lying down, if you will, which is important, especially when you have a scoreline like this, to understand that it's much more nuanced than this. But I mean, 7-9 post plants, it's NV. I mean, this is their map pick, so we do expect it. But this was clinical from NV, and I must say, I was worried there was no ISO on Lotus. I was worried about the lack of ISO on NV's side. And boy, was I proven wrong, Gompers. Really, just even like a fade without a raise, I was nervous, but they didn't need it.
No, they really didn't. And a lot of that, I will say, it definitely was KaneZera. I think ISO, especially, I'm starting to love the implementation of ISO a lot more, because a lot of it was being able to not only use the double tap to their advantage for that extra shield, but also take the advantage of utilizing the ultimate to open up those areas where we want Xer to be that second-hand duelist to come in. And that's why I love the double duelist composition that Envy was showing, which is so odd because Plug used to have that double duelist composition. They used to be the ones to abuse stuff like this and, you know, have the Yoru on deck with maybe another duelist before, you know, that switch up happened. So it's so interesting to see like the differences and how they really can occur and what it does for you. But, you know, I do give kudos to Teague. I think he was a phenomenal breach this game. I really love the newfound confidence that we got to see on that role. Although I will say, like, there were a lot of mishaps where I definitely think Plug could have done a lot better. It felt like they were trying to be assertive, like fake it till you make it almost, but they just weren't. It was a lot of, you know, fearfulness coming through on the attack and, you know, pushing up on the defense, but not wanting to keep the angle held and fearing that they would lose the fight, which a lot of the time it was really what let them lose. These aren't bad players. These are really, really good players with amazing skill. But I will say, I definitely think fear took the lead on this one for sure.
Yes, and I think obviously loss is a learning opportunity, and I think Plug have a great opportunity to learn from this and moving forward from Envy. I think Envy are excellent teachers, but also excellent players, and GG's to them. But we do have an interview ready for you. I know you in chat. I see you guys. You were clamoring for it. You were nervous we weren't going to have one, but I do believe we have Ion on the other side of this call. So if I can bring them in. Hello, Ion. How are you? Congratulations. A couple things I want to ask you. First thing I want to ask you is the prep going into today. Gompers and I were discussing, obviously we're not there, we're not on your team. When you were preparing to face Trust and Plug, what was your read on them?
I didn't really have any read. That's like our coach and like Poppin and Inspire, they like don't tell us like any part of it.
You don't
Like
tell
I don't know. Like they like I don't know. Like they don't want to like overload me and Kane with like information, so we don't know.
How does that make you feel as a player? Because I'm sure some players would say, I want all the information so I can do everything that I can to prep or feel prepared. But you seem rather comfortable with no information.
I just like they like tell me like during the game what to do. I just like try to listen.
What was your read on them while you're playing the game? Do you think? Were you just kind of brain off? I'm told what to do. I go.
Yeah, I don't really think.
I love it. You know, I love that. Something I want to talk to you about kind of off of that is this aggressive play style we've come to know from Envy. Very in your face, very explosive. Obviously, you are a part of that play style. Do you think there is room for Envy to maybe, like we saw sometimes today, slow it down, hold back a little bit? Or is Envy finding the most success and are most comfortable on that sort of explosive, aggressive style?
Well, it's not like we don't have to like hit a site fast, but with double duelist, you want to take a lot of space quickly. So like, even if we're not hitting like a site really quick on Lotus, we're like taking, or like I said, we take a main and then we can like pivot back, but we're still doing everything like fast, but we're not hitting a bomb site quick.
Right. And do you think that speed can be suffocating or overwhelming for the other team, and that's how you find your success, or is there another reason why Envy is finding so much success?
We have a lot of like individual like skill. So when we force them to take like these fights against us, because that's the only thing they can do, we just like win them.
Do you think you're the best team in the league?
That's like a trick question. Like that's like
No,
a
it's
trap.
not. No,
like
it's not. Yes or
TSM,
no?
like they said it. Yeah, we are.
Okay. I mean, if you believe you're the best team in the league, you believe you're the best team in the league. That is your prerogative to believe that. So, yes, you believe the best team in the league.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, there we go. Do you think there's anyone close, or is it just sort of?
Yeah, I think the competition is pretty close right now. Like every team is pretty good.
If you had to pick out people that you would say are close competition, who would you say?
I think Cubert's really good. I think Shopify are pretty good. Those are like the only two I can think of. Like I don't think other teams that are going to beat us. Those are only two teams we'll lose to.
Do you think that those are teams that can match your aggressive style or play against them well, or do you think no one has really been able to figure it out?
I think Hubert does, because like T-Dog is like a really like his calling like is like the perfect like play into us, but I think we'll still beat him like on like when we're the better, because we're the better team. So I think we'll still beat him.
Something I want to ask you personally, like you, Ion, is I think chat was very surprised to figure out how young you are. You're 16 or 17, correct?
Yeah, I'm 16.
And you're 16. So you are not able to enter Tier 1 VCT until you are 18. You were not able to be grandfathered in. You have to be 18 to enter the league. What is it like getting your reps down here? Being so successful already in Tier 2, but unable to join the league for 2 years. Do you think you're growing and growing? You can get better? Or where do you think you are right now in your competitive journey?
Well, I think it's good that I don't want to enter the league when like I'm not like in like I want to be like the best player like when I'm already in the league. Like I want to prepare now, so when I'm 18, I just like come in and win. Like I don't have to like weigh in, like improve while like I'm still like a rookie.
So like you prep now, you're ready to go later, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Easy said and done. Well, thank you so much, Ion. Congratulations today. Please give congratulations to the rest of your team, and we will see you next week when you play again. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
And that is going to be it for us for now. We still have M80 versus BURG coming up soon. So be right back and stay right there. Get a drink of water, go to the bathroom, do your thing, but stay right there. Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers. And who is this?
Is that appeared?
Oh my God, is that a Van Silly?
A wild Van Silly just appeared. How's it going, everybody?
Good to have you here, Vans. Always good to have you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just out. I was not home. I got a message, yo, because as you noticed, I just got a haircut. I went there. I asked, yo, can I get a ninja low taper fade? And they're like, no. And you'll just get whatever we give you. So I got this. So hopefully it's okay. But now we're here getting ready for the second series.
Nice.
I think it looks good. I think it looks very clean.
Thank you.
Do you like it though? That's the most important thing.
I love it. I love it.
Okay.
So yeah, you know what? Who cares what everybody else thinks? I love it. So we're good.
Yes. Everyone say Vans looks very handsome and very, very nice. Otherwise, we're banning you.
Chad. Thank you, Chad. Appreciate you all.
Much
love.
But enough about us and our hair, even though I could tell you I have 3 hair elastics in my ponytail. We are moving on to our next match of the day, which is Burger Boys versus M80. And I know some of you in chat were excited about this one because I saw you during the countdown. Y'all were getting excited. You even before during the Trust and Plug and Envy match, you were ready for Burger Boys versus M80. And this is a game that I think, you have these like titans of tier 2 M80 who have been kind of these storied folks and challengers, gompers, facing these folks who have kind of been the thesis of tier 2, climbing through the ranks and climbing through to get here to prove that like anyone can make it if you have the skill, if you have the tenacity, which is super exciting.
No, I agree. Definitely the tenacity. I mean, as we saw in the previous game, right? It's not, despite them not having the best performance, they're not going to just whine about it, right? The players who are here are sitting down, taking time to review everything that had happened and coming back stronger. So, to sit back and relax is what gets you out of challengers for sure. So everybody definitely fighting for their place here.
Now, one thing I do want to say is that Burger Boys have a stacked roster. If you don't know Burger Boys, please let us introduce you to a stacked roster on this team. If you've been paying attention to Tier 2 or just paying attention to Challengers at all, these are folks, including the Coach Bearcoon, whom you have seen, Vans, here and there throughout, making their name known, and are some heavy hitters in here, Vans.
100%. I think the only one that I have a question mark still is on Practo. But overall, this roster has been grinding in that trying to make it to the VCTs probably since Valorant first came out, especially if you're looking at Nanos and Retro. They've been through so many rosters. I think the most recent one, even I recall, was probably like Team Basilisk after playing with Renegades, and Renegades was probably one of the first orgs going into the scene in Valorant. So that there is a lot of firepower that comes together around this team. It's just maybe sometimes when you're looking at this lineup, or you're just looking at the team name, for example, as Burger Boys versus a team like M80, this should potentially be, or should be on paper, an easy 2-0 for M80, right? But like I said, this is also a team that comes in with a lot of practice, a lot of good pedigree around these rosters that are maybe, or players that are maybe unheard of and unknown for players that are maybe, or fans that are maybe new in 2025 learning about challengers today.
And you said your question mark was around Practo, correct, Vans?
Yep.
Oh, my magic trick. Practo, presto, changeo. Please show Practo stats on the screen. That was the worst.
Hey.
Wow.
Thing I could have done. I don't know if
it was a magic trick or if I was listening to Harry Potter, but that was sick.
Slay.
Thank you. But looking at these, I'm gonna put you on the spot, Vans. Looking at these stats, this is someone who looks like he's a pretty heavy hitter on Burger Boys. Obviously this is your question mark, so I'm gonna let you analyze on the spot without any sort of VOD review right now, but just these
Perfect.
numbers.
This is good because now you gave me just enough time to look on VLR, and I noticed here that he's an initiator player at most times, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm looking just at these stats in itself, to see a cast of 71%, it's actually not so bad in terms of like the average that you see around good initiators. If you're looking at pro play, but you're having like an amazing game, you're gonna hover around like the 80, 90s to like close to like 95s. But overall, to see that he's going to be somebody that's going to be adding a lot of damage around his assist and his utility, I think it's a really good pickup over what Burger Boys could bring overall. So again, I'm actually quite impressed by these numbers, and I'm looking forward to see what he could actually carry on in the server, because M80, it's a big test to go up against. Well,
Gompers, going to you. You had some time to look at the VOD, I'm sure, and also look on VLR, just like Vans, just a little extra time than him just now. What is your read on a player like Practo? You know, that initiator player. We've been highlighting a lot of initiator players today, something that you said that you were very happy that we are doing.
Yeah.
Because obviously they are kind of the lifeblood of any sort of agent or team. Talk to me about Practo. Just plain and simple, lay it down for us.
No, I mean, like you said, definitely, I think they are kind of like the blood of the team for sure. For Practo in particular, I mean, again, super, super new addition. So I might side with Vans here to say, you know, the last game that we got to see actually against, it wasn't Qbert. I think it was, actually may have just, it was Qbert. Yeah, Qbert Academy. The performance was great. I will say from Practo, especially playing on the initiator role, nothing that really stood out to me in terms of, you know, is this player the game-changing mechanic that's being put into this team? Are they going to be able to really solidify the position here and make this team shine? I'm gonna give you like maybe in that position. I definitely think in terms of you know, game mechanic, they're inputting a lot more so in the initiator role of allowing. I'm a big fan of allowing the duelist to shine, so definitely allowing Boney to shine. But in terms of that, I will say it could have been a good game. It could have been a bad game. You know, and inconsistency might arise, especially playing up against a good team like M80, like we got to see in the last game against, you know, Trust and Plug, where they were so good in the server, but then now they're in another one, and it's like, oh my gosh, what is happening? So it could very much vary.
And moving forward, dare I say you said Bonnie, so Alakazam! I couldn't come up with on time. I'm sorry. The improv training failed me there, but we are here with Bonnie of Burger Boys. I think, Gumbers, I'm going to go to you right away because you brought him up.
Yeah.
But right away, talk to me about Bonnie. Again, I'm just going to ask you plain and simple for chat because I think a lot of people will be meeting Burger Boys for the first time, especially since we've been gaining more and more followers and fans of Challengers lately.
Yeah, I'm going to give Bonnie some credit here. I think phenomenal player, to be completely honest with you. Definitely might just be the step up that Burger Boys, at least I'm hoping they step up this game against M80. But, you know, in terms of confidence and skill, I think it definitely is there for Bonnie. There's nothing that really makes me feel as though they're not going to be able to shine, right? When it comes to being hyper aware of your surroundings, I think Bonnie's there. It's not only that, but just not being afraid, which we were missing. We were lacking in the last series that we just saw. And I'm really hoping here, going up against a good team, is it going to sway Bonnie? I hope not. I think if anything, it might give them that newfound confidence. Like, hey, I'm going to show what I got. Hey, I'm going to, you know what? I'm just going to 4K, whatever. Like, it's going to be easy for me and we're just going to enjoy it. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
If you're looking at the game versus Qbert Academy, Qbert actually did have their number on Icebox, right? But once you actually got into that second map, and you're actually trying to pit something like Bonnie, again, going into a roster that's unheard of for most of the fans going into the VCL or into 2025. He actually put up some pretty good duels against the head-to-head against Redux, for example. So overall, I think he's able to hold his ground, and it's already a tough matchup for Burger Boys going to split 2, because you're already playing against one of the best teams in Challengers, being themselves being the best, but then also Qbert Academy as your first opponent, and then going into M80 as your second or third opponent in a row. So this is going to be very, very a big test to start. And if you're actually able to hang with these two teams from one week to the next, I mean, they're going to be looking pretty good for the rest of the season.
And they will be facing M80 today, right after we continue our little yap sesh here. And M80, I mean, look at them. In their jerseys, looking good, classic esports poses ready to go. And of course, we would be remiss if we did not shout out the new coach, Chet, back in the Valorant scene, back into competitive Valorant, alongside Victor. And this roster, I mean, especially Sato is someone who I immediately think of in terms of this roster. You were talking about Vans. If Burger Boys is going to prove themselves against anyone, M80 is a hell of a team to do it.
100%. And this is actually a very, very good day and matchup in my eyes for Burger Boys to play against M80 to build that confidence. Because yes, head to head, if you're going to look on paper, it could be a tough match between Sato and Bonnie, for example. But overall, I think as a team structure, they actually have a good chance against M80 today, because you've mentioned here, Elizabeth, the return of Chet into the coaching scene, into Challengers, bringing in Victor, which we haven't seen in a very long time since he got dropped for Energy. So now you're actually bringing in a new coach that probably has to bring his own system, and you're going back into like a square one kind of thing that M80 has been struggling throughout the first split, when they actually had, like, we did subbing in and stuff like that as well. So they're all trying to get reacclimated into a brand new system, and then hopefully now you have somebody like Okeanos that's going to continue to pop off and carry the numbers so that the rest of the team could just tie along and find at least some good results going into week number 3.
And Goppers, Okeanos is someone, again, we were talking about if you've been paying attention to Challengers, if you've been paying attention to kind of the more tier 2, not VCT America's kind of style side of Valorant. Okeanos has always been here, has always been grinding, and has always been a very steady, solid player, and has really been finding really good footing on M80.
No, oh my gosh, good doesn't even begin to describe where Okeanos lays in the pyramid. I guess if we're the Dance Moms pyramid, only some will understand of what Okeanos truly is. He's at the top, to be honest with you. And I mean, with all within reason, right? Picking up Taeho, a kind of like profoundly new character, and just excelling in it. I honestly think if we think Taeho, we have to look at Okeanos and his performance in general, right? Like overall going, I believe, I'm gonna say like 52+ majority of the time, whether it be the best of 3 or best of 5 for Okeanos. He is a phenomenal player when it comes to both. I'm gonna say hyper awareness in terms of, I'm not gonna say his surroundings, but more so game mechanics with this agent. He is so good at utilizing his util, taking advantage of you know, certain situations, and being just really good at reading, you know, and adapting to on the spot, very, very high pressure, tense moments.
I think what we keep doing this broadcast is really just highlighting the initiator roles. Of course, we can focus on our star duelists. Of course, the people who get the frags have these very flashy, poppy moments. But really, today, we've been highlighting these very highly skilled, very, very talented folks on the initiator role. But we're going to go to Sato next, who I have been very, very impressed by watching Challengers kind of on the sidelines for a little bit. Vans, this is someone who I think has really made a name for himself in a Challengers league that has a lot of, I would argue, is hard to really kind of stand out from all these fraggers like Redux, you know, like Cainzera, but has really shown that arguably one of the best mechanically gifted people in Challengers right now.
100%. There's a reason why M80 picked up this player, right? He was playing over in Galori's back in last year in Ascension, and unfortunately lost to this team, M80 themselves, and also to All Knights, I think, to finish in the top 4, where unfortunately the whole team, or should I say 2G was the one that they lost to as well. So they couldn't really make it into Ascension, but Sato really put up a mark here going into Challengers, and was scouted here by M80 when that roster kind of like just blew up towards the end of 2024. It took a bit. We had to wait for the visas to get approved for him to come across, and once he did, we definitely saw what Sato could bring to the table in the North American scene as well. Unfortunately, though, for last week, I gotta say he kind of got shut down by Satellite, or just by Ambrosia overall. I think Ambrosia just had a solid game and a solid plan where Sato didn't have a chance to really shine as much as we know him for. So hopefully he's going to be able to turn things around into this week, and we could definitely see, you know, what you were just mentioning, Liz, the mechanical prowess that he brings for M80 in this matchup against Burger Boys today.
I think what a matchup we have today. We talked about just a little bit before, kind of, if you're going to prove yourself against anyone, Bonnie, now is the time to do it against Sato, who has been so impressive. And Bonnie, not to say Bonnie has not been impressive, but I think a lot of people will look to this matchup, Gompers, and say, okay, how did you hold yourself against someone who has been, you know, scouted from a different spot? And is that nerve-wracking, Gompers? Is that scary, or is that kind of an adrenaline, all right, I'm ready to go? What do you think? How do you think Bonnie's feeling right now?
I'm gonna say, in terms of, you know, stats wise, if Bonnie were to see this, you know, they definitely feel confident. But when you're looking at, you know, just the deeper, I guess, essence of what Sato is and how he plays, I'd say, you know, stats may not show it, but he's more of a go kill type of guy, right? Like first death to first kills conversions and percentages is definitely, I would say, a lot higher than what, you know, we get to see from I believe his name is, oh my gosh, I'm literally, this is when the ADHD just kicked in, when I just forgot someone's name who was just on the screen right now.
Sato, Okeanos, Bonnie.
Bonnie.
There we go, we got it.
ADHD brain just kicked in. But no, Sato is, in terms of that, definitely a lot higher in the first kills, first stats percentages. So, you know, the numbers may not be there, but when it comes to the space coverage, being able to execute quickly, and just take away so much from a team, I think that is the highlight of who Sato is. It isn't about the kills. It isn't about, you know, how many they're getting per se, but more so what they're offering for the team. And I think that's definitely why they're still here, right? They've kept Sato, and he's still going strong.
Well, the test will continue into our map picks and bans. Moving forward, I think, you know, we're back on, if we just watched Lotus, we're going to be going back to Lotus. Then we'll see a split, which we haven't seen today, and then a Haven. Gombers, I'm going to go back to you with these map picks. You know, sometimes, like you talked about a little bit earlier with the Envy game, games can be won and lost in the map veto. Right now, who do you think this map veto favors?
Great question. You know what? I'm gonna have to listen. I was in favor of M80 coming into this, so I'm gonna say M80 just because the overall fundamental wise, this team is cracked and jacked. They may have not had the best performance previously, but it's not over. Again, I talked about it in the beginning. People go back, they review, and they know that they didn't do the best, and you know they owned up to it, and now they're willing to do even better. So I'm sure they fixed their mistakes, and they're gonna do a hell of a game this time.
Oh damn! I should have went for Burger Boys so I could just break the prediction of the
Gombers
guarantee.
tried doing that last game.
Listen, it didn't work.
Did it work? It didn't work. Okay, perfect. So we'll keep with M80 then. No, but I don't think it's gonna be an easy game though for M80. I still think that this could potentially bring it into a third map. M80 has picked Split for the second time ever since this new roster was put together with the coach and Victor, and they actually got defeated by Ambrosia over in the past. So with Burger Boys wanting to float this around, I think they have a good game plan. Also banning Ascent away from M80 to not have to deal with like a waylay composition, even though it didn't look the best here for M80 last week. It's still probably a part of the game plan to make sure that they play the most comfortable maps. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this going into a third one.
I'm going to throw it back to you, Gompers. You were wrong last time, and I'm going to give you a little bit of grace right now.
Say it louder. Say it louder.
We're sticking with M80 2-1, do you think?
I'm gonna go, oh, man. See, Vance did a good point with the split pick. Really caught me there. You know what? I still believe. I genuinely do. M80. You know what? I'm going to go at M80 2-0. I'm going to go M80 2-0.
Clean. We love it. Now we're into agent select Vans. I'm going right back to you. We see Victor on the Tejo. It's so good to see Victor back in the VCT. I see Asuna and Crashies in chat celebrating it. But I see a Vise on Burger Boys and not an M80, which is something I actually saw with the Switch Station GC yesterday. What is your thought on the lack of a Senti on M80 versus the Vise on Burger Boys?
This works very well for the composition of M80 no matter what. I think going with what Sato has is already going to be trying to take and condition the walls coming out from Nanners from Vice, and they get to do that on the attack side first. So not having a Senti for now will allow M80 to be very, very explosive to help Sato get these openings that was needed going to last week against Satellite and the rest of the crew of Ambrosia. So I think this is looking pretty good. A good little switch off from last week, and see what M80 could bring to the table now with this new comp versus what they've played in the past in Split 1.
Well, folks, it's time for that test we've been talking about for Burger Boys. Can they take on M80? And I know Shift loves hearing me yap so much, but it's enough for me. Let's send it over to your casters. It is Shift and Tenric.
Next level yap sometimes feels like next level. Here we go. Burger Boys, M80. This is just a bounce back series. It has to be for M80 after, let's be candid, it was a pretty embarrassing loss last week, right? You know, just not a team you would expect to lose to in Ambrosia, especially considering the playoff run that M80 had put together in stage 1. But this Burger Boys team is not to be taken lightly, even though they're sitting at 0-1. So yeah, new comp, new test, M80 trying to bring back some of that old sauce that we saw in stage 1.
Yeah, this is a nice spin back for both of these teams after Burger Boys were able to test Cubert Academy pretty dang well in their previous matchup, and like you said, M80 faltering to Ambrosia pretty handily before. A nice way for both these teams to kind of have their record scratch moment, get their first win on the board, one way or the other. This Bond Bow Viper is what's sticking out to me the most on this new M80 composition here on Lotus, though the rest of it speaks volumes to me for how they're going to be able to carry it out.
Like the call, like the setup. Let's get into it. M80, fully starting on the opening offense, and a little bit of patience to start. Just the stealth drone to feel things out over towards mid. Burger Boy is going to respond by just holding onto a fault line in case there is some sort of a threat, but none there, so defense feeling confident for now.
M80 just going to take that free walk up. Sato now on the Yoru instead of that Raze has been the pick of the litter when it comes to duelists as of late here on Lotus, for good reason. Walk up through this one way, and Anders is going to be able to pop it.
All you have to see are a couple of toes. Right clicks work out for first blood. Offense still stalled out, deciding if they want to try to make a secondary approach towards B or just full flood on in. Nanners on the cross. Double peek on the way in. Good counter flash coming through from the Rose. Paranoia to push back the defense just a touch. The Retro right up close and personal. Able to trade out at least one elimination from the front side of this. That's actually Bao who finds one over towards A. But again, there's just not a lot of time here for M80 if they're going to commit to this rotate. And the Burger Boys, they're going to get a read on this. They're following up, chasing shadows through C Mound. And look how quickly Practo can make his way to A.
Alvin is already ready for somebody to swing out from stairs as well. So no matter where Bao chooses to infiltrate, he'll have to fight it. And with 15 seconds to go, no chance that this is going to get untouched, especially with 2 creeping up from behind as well. Time window short for M80.
The thing about this, though, for Burger Boys, I like it. Just wait for the 2-2 split up. M80, just hang it. Sitting planted on the site. Couple of low health pulls, though, may allow for an opportunity. See if they can find a way to try to get one of these eliminations, free up one side of the site. Here comes the attempt, though. Our throws out, and it's Alvin for the first 2. Traded back evenly, though. Now just on to Victor for the 1v3 technicality. 1v2 technically in play right now, but it's Practo who comes over through drop. No worries there. And yeah, just really good discipline for Burger Boys on the defense.
Great starting control of the C site. Great ending control of the A site. Great patience throughout from Burger Boys, refusing to hand over too much space, but being willing to give over the extremities to an M80 that does have a lot of map control available to their kit. Clearly, Burger Boys, they know how to play against this comp. They're paying it just enough respect, no more.
Love it. Okay, good pistol start. Small indication maybe what's to come, especially if there's going to be just kind of a delayed approach here for M80 on their executors, just trying to feel things out with drones or fault line setup, some sort of a opening kind of spree of utility to gain space. But in this round, a couple of stingers will be purchased here. Plant plus a couple of kills will allow them the luxury to afford that plus a sheriff. Quick hit on towards B, Retro in trouble. Practo trying to work his way into the sights, but to see if they can hold, especially the Razor Vine to the way. Trades are good for Burger Boys. After talk causing some damage, but Practo still finds one before dropping. Really good stuff from Burger Boys once again. Victor, lots of damage, but cannot hold tall. And that's enough for, again, the Burger Boys to come through and clean things up.
Saw some great disruption attempts there, though. Sato able to creep in to B-Link and be able to get that first pick with the Stinger before getting traded back out. And all the meanwhile, Practo ended up getting boxed away pretty efficiently on site, despite the fact he was still able to grab one on the way down. Burger Boys are able to hold on to enough. 2 still standing. M80 not really able to commit to anything beyond the Sheriffs this time around as well. So we'll see how slow they decide to take this round.
This time, quick hit over towards C Mound. Salvo spent early. Lurk play just being held. As Bao just going to hold that A. And for Burger Boys, this is just about getting good first contact, you'd have to think. Sato seen, backed up this moment. Sheer is actually going to come into play here. Kind of forces the hand of Retro, gets caught in front of it, and that's a weapon collected now 5v4.
What a strange bit of spacing that turned out to be. And a quick pick that'll hand a rifle over to that duelist that'll be straggling behind the remainder of M80 as Bao has been steadily watching this A door all the while. 50 seconds on the clock.
Here.
Looks like Burger Boys, again, they'll respect the opening for the A. However much M80 are going to try and dump on it, and then they'll go for the playback later. And with the toxic screen set up, yeah, they can't really pay anything other mind.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, just a full tree setup going to come through here. But Alvin still catches one. Victor had not fully rotated through the door. So the spike makes its way over. Practo deals with the decoy. Threat now established that M80 know that there's going to be defense over towards somewhere at drop. But you have to stick for this plant. That paranoia that cuts across ropes just gives Burger Boys just a little bit more space to jump into sight, try to contest this. Now it's just down to can you win the gunfights. And it's tough to ask that question, especially considering the angles that are being held, but an initial trade on Sato means that the rifle is down. Whoa, tough moments there. Okeanos, good response. Trade comes through, 2v2. The health pool's starting to get a little bit low, though, for M80, but it may not make a difference because they've got numbers, and Alvin only has the outlaw. M80 bounced back after a bit of a force buy in round 2 to get our eco back to level.
And that's some tremendous calling coming from, I believe, Caillou for the majority of that round at least. I know M80's comms, I know calling gets all over the place and everybody's just sort of doing their own thing, but at the end of the day, their ability to gang back up right as the spike starts to be that focal point of the fight. Really incredible stuff by M80. You saw them try to cut off of the toxic screen to go for a longer post plant, but Burger Boys was ready for the fight. M80 read that. They got back on top of it. They got their trades off, and then despite the lower health pool, they got back together and they were able to group up for all those remaining individual fights. Great checklist completed by M80 to grab their first attacking round here.
It actually completely resets things because of how tight the first 3 rounds have been. Burger Boys can't actually afford to do much besides just upgrade pistols. Stealth drone will clear out A. Smoke will be placed topside ropes, and this will be a free plant. Burger Boys, just comes down to how much they want to commit to trying to actually retake versus just trying to play for exits at this point now.
Yeah, they have a lot to do it. I mean, Nanners didn't even drop vines for this C-hold. They have everything available to try and play this as actively as they can with the Sheriffs, but like you said, it's a matter of how many orbs they want to freely hand over to players that may be ready for the fight. Caillou with 1 blind left in the tank will go ahead and fire that away so that no one breaches the one-way too early as this spike takes on down. Opportunities dwindle. Burger Boys, looks like they'll just have to play for the exits.
Seems to be the case, if they're even allowed to do that. A couple of gunfights do come through quickly, and M80 reap the benefit of just about everything. Retro does find 1, but he's stuck at drop, and is just trying to get another before falling, and he will. Put a little bit of pressure on this fight, but nothing too crazy.
Hey, you get one more out on the way.
Good stuff.
The backs will be towards at least one of us.
Yeah, I mean, no questions really to ask there for the take. Burger Boys, very few chances to try to intercept that, especially with the screen that you have set up for A. M80, they'll be able to cash in every time Burger Boys are down on eco for the remainder of this half, which M80 would love to place them in that vacuum with this follow-up round right here. For that, they'll go to the C-mound to start things out by the looks of it.
We got our first look, though, at a gun round here, and this will be our first indication, truly, of what these 2 teams want to do. Dimensional Drift will be the only real major flex point here, especially with an Armageddon on the other side. And the initial look really only feels out to play through Waterfall, and Alvin actually just kind of waits out the channel, finds the free first blood. Victor with at least 1 response that's in towards the C side. Armageddon comes through. Alvin is stunned, forces him out into the open, but Retro in top corner doesn't go checked whatsoever. And Retro will take 3 and then fall to his teammates. Armageddon still damage done. Burger Boys clean on the defensive hold at C.
An entirely performative Dimensional Drift from Sato, unfortunately. Sent out a clone to get rid of that shear so you were able to plant Bow, but all that does is just commit Practo to holding it for the rest of his life, and he wins that fight. In the meantime, Sato takes an aggressive angle on top of Alvin, who is, of course, ready for that as well. There's 2 guaranteed that are out of the 3 stack that's pushing onto the C main, where you got a couple players that are looking to get some kills on the board. And they sure as hell do. 2 ults now available for this defense and another great reset on the board.
Early pressure over towards A. Not much to come of it, though. It's just Bao holding it. Using the toxic screen to kind of keep focus to the defense on this front choke point. Meanwhile, the rest of M80 just waiting to see if they can feel out any defensive aggression, but none are there. And look at the setup here for the Vice. Sheer wall, of course, over at the main door at C, but split the razor wires. Means that there's going to be maybe a limited ability to stand tall on the C site by yourself. But Nanners is in a spot to have the Arc Rose proc if needed, and then most importantly, have ability to get out.
Seeing how long the remainder of this rubble peak sticks it out. Still keeping 2 here. Nanners is going to start getting that pressure applied to him. Every angle's got to get cleared, though, and they'll do it the easy way and then the hard way. On the boxes, Nanners still avoids it all, and M80 is not yet in. They've got to still clear it. Now the hardest way with the Rolling Thunder. It's thrown right back their way from Waterfall, though, and Burger Boys are fully ready for it. Nanners is stalled and now gotten his first kill.
Is ready follow-up utility, though. M80 are still trying to flood their way forward. And no, they cannot clear out this position at all. Steel Garden tossed in just as a bit of a security blanket here from Nanners. And M80 will be left to retreat back to spawn with only 10 seconds. No spike. And it's going to be a 4-2 start for Burger Boys. And I got to say, just through the first 2 gun rounds, I'm loving what I'm seeing for Burger Boys. The reactionary protocol in terms of how they want to deal with hits that start to make their way through C has been really polished and honestly not fully tested in many ways that M80 start to maybe think that the defense needs to change or modify anything at the moment.
Yeah, M80 in that first 2 rounds that Burger Boys won, M80 recognized how many areas and places and plays that Burger Boys have up their sleeve that they are not necessarily ready to directly fight on top of. And so in response, they've started to go for those full-on clears, full-on drives onto site that gain them so much map control and advantage in the oncoming fight. And now in response, Burger Boys have paid it that much extra patience to be able to take the advantage right back. Util dump themselves, play even harder on their reaction time, and they've been able to pile drive these fights before M80 finds that clear control. It's still a race to the finish line, but Burger Boys have won it twice as much as M80 has so far in the half, as we're in the quarter mark in regulation.
And it's at a point now, if you're M80, with 2 valiant attempts towards like trying to get your playbook in motion from the offensive side, that you need to start talking about how do we actually start to put a little bit extra pressure onto this defense, because so far they haven't even like tried to like pop the shear wall and then back off. They really haven't even put much pressure in towards mid outside of the pistol and the follow-up. There's just not a lot of stretched focus right now for the Burger Boys. They're very comfortable in their own skin. And I think if you're M80, that's what you got to start working on. I think especially as you get into another gun round. So we'll see what they do here. Hero rifles are in play. So again, M80 still throwing credits at them.
I am everywhere.
You can tell they see the light at the end of the tunnel here, and they're going to give it a shot. Fight for that rebel control that they haven't really gotten a good, decent hit at just yet. And Burger Boys, they'll throw some stuff back early on here.
Yeah, I just don't want to let anything go for free if you're Burger Boys. Bonnie close to a showstopper, and just to be a part of the play, just kind of peeks through the dark cover, finds one. Practo, good initial shots, can't follow up for the kill, so numbers start to build for M80. Problem is, you still have to rotate through Retro, which Sato provides not just one, but a second. Brilliant moment here for M80, just kind of running it down through the toxic screen, and Nanners rotating from C is going to be left into a 1v3.
It's a tremendous game sense from Sato to just bare M80's teeth throughout that tough push onto A site. Again, Burger Boys ready to fight it out, but M80, they have the right space. And here on A site, it's just simply too powerful. I think they'll have to play a little harder for the retake. The drop control is still heavily in Burger Boys' favor more often than not. Love to see them play off of that a little more often here, but
yeah,
this will be around going in M80's favor handily. They'll be able to hold on to a good amount of guns, maybe get the ball rolling for themselves this time around. In reaction, I think Burger Boys might even try and fight a little heavier for this Rebel in the future here if they hear any noise made towards it.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, if you're looking at this from the perspective of Burger Boys, I don't think you want to allow M80 to come into A main untested, just because their ability to scale deep into site is almost instantaneous with their ability to use the breach and the Tejo kind of jail prison gap to just block off that top ropes drop play. So you need to force that utility out early, I think, just to try to keep them honest on these approaches over towards A, and that's exactly what you're going to get here. Fault lines will be largely exchanged. Paranoia called out, and this is going to be a showstopper setup, and Body will be able to find the opener, pushing back M80 all the way in, deep through rubble. Wall still here, M80 scrambling, and you got to keep in mind, look at Nanners on the map, try to set up a bit of a pinch.
Crucial pick that necessitates the Omen ult from Okeanos here to reset M80's push, of which Caillou is already set up on the B door for. They can hit this pretty quickly, but Practo, oh no, Util available. He's just got to fight it out, and he gets blinded for it. M80 have B site for free, and now they'll pit it.
That is just a series of excuse me? Someone check him PC. Not normal. Alvin for one, but it's not enough to stop the pit for Bao. And it's now just down to Alvin, trying to spam it out again. VAC much? 1v2 now. Over the top, isolated opportunity, but Alvin cannot connect. 9 bullets. Here's the rotation back as the spike gets collected. It's going to be a post plant, likely at C here.
To hear that out, doubly is going to force M80 to go for the safer play and reset here on the C site. And with 1 blind and 1 stun in your tank, you're able to play from a distance here. Come down to the water. Caillou going to set up close. And Sato far. Early cross.
He's going to have to hit this opening headshot. Then get the isolated 1v1 onto Caillou. And that fault line will stall things out pretty considerably, if we're being honest. There's the shoulder check. Alvin's going to get the 1v1 that he wants, wins it. Time becoming an issue, though. And that's enough for Sato to just pop up on the box and should be able to spam this. Okay, got a little bit closer than you'd like, but round still comes through. We're locked in at a 4-4 tie.
Jet just making a little note. Okay, we'll have to work on that peak again. But other than that, safely able to retain that round after the early bits of it. We're done and dusted. Another great attempt by Burger Boys to strand M80 here, and if it were not for the Omen ult, M80 could not have spun the block again here on B site so quickly. Unfortunately, that first dump onto A let M80 get that reset and have the better of the remaining 2 sites. Can't do that again, though, with no ults here now.
Yep.
So Burger Boys can do what they did last time, even better, just not with the right guns.
Yeah, that's the issue for this round coming forward is, you know, we talked a lot about how Burger Boys have been primed and ready to fight for at least a utility exchange war over at A main, but this time with the limited amount of resources for the Arsenal, you kind of have to just play off your numbers, and there will be a lot of space here for M80 just to kind of walk down for free, even putting some pressure into B. This is kind of like, again, this is not a 1-for-1. You can't really take this round for full value, but I love this idea for M80. You get up to A main, now you're putting pressure on to B. Just comes down to which site you want to go to, because this defense is going to feel really stretched.
Yeah, really just pressuring the closest at any given moment, but Practo still able to find his from afar. No one can extend beyond this B site just yet. The baby door was your one go-to, and after B spawn has been thwarted, it's kind of your only, and that spawn, that's gonna get stunned out. Bonnie gets the free peek and kill.
30 seconds left.
Well, dark cover will allow Victor to collect the spike, make his way onto site, but this is a 2v4, and rifles have been collected here for the Burger Boys. I don't know what that opening angle was from Practo to stop the spike from being planted at B. Armageddon gonna get called out. Okeanos gonna feel the pressure. Trying to step over towards drop, not gonna happen. Victor trying to follow up with his own ultimate. Aftershock in play, and wow, that is a very, very expensive round for M80.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. And I will say, I think just kind of giving you know, an early reaction, like after the eye test, legitimately, this has not been as much of an improvement as I think you would have expected from a team that made a deep run into Stage 1 playoffs.
Absolutely. Instead of poking around on the sites, M80 ended up just picking with their food, and it found some angles. Practo jumped on top of the box above the shear and was protected by the smoke beyond, because somebody was still there on B door, and they couldn't hit him before that went through. That is such a crazy first stopper that let Burger Boys retain control.
It's sloppy, right? It's sloppy right now for M80. And I think the thing is, like, mistakes are one thing. There's been maybe a couple if you want to be nitpicky, but I think most importantly, it's just lack of conviction on these executes. There really hasn't been a stable setup that has allowed us to sit there and say, like, yes, M80 going for this composition is finding value because A, B, or C. Like, we're not really getting that in terms of like a cause and effect at the moment.
Yeah, nothing is really panning out completely. You're seeing concepts, you're seeing blueprints, you're seeing Chet's beautifully woven rounds, just not all the way through. Burger Boys have more than one on top of this shear this time. Sato has not really been sure of what to do with this shear. This time he's gonna just bait it out on the jump.
The thing about this is the late stealth drone through mid gives the confidence with this push up through A rubble that the Burger Boys need to deal with this play at C, and there's 2 razors and an arc rose and ready for Nanners to play off of. Pushed off, good snake pit. Now you've got an opportunity to try to rotate this quickly over to B, but again, Practo's here, Alvin's here. We just don't have the luxury to afford this rotation. Now again, I know we're just on pistol upgrades, but still the committal call just feels misguided in a certain way. Like, I hate to come off as like overcritical, but like, you get a pretty decent snake bite backside of C. You would think you want to just wait for the shear and then just flood with numbers knowing you've pushed a member off the backside of the site, but instead we just blindly rotate into B and the defenders from A have already kind of met you there. It's just, I don't know, man. This has been confusing for M80. I haven't really seen much to really spark some inspiration.
Yeah, they've really been trying to cash in on an unoccupied B site when it's just still occupied. I mean, Burger Boys have had no real reason to completely leave it when, like you said, Nanners isn't properly flooded out, and M80, they had a good way to do that. They had the snake bite set up all the way to back hall. They had no reason not to check anything other than waterfall for a good couple seconds for that C entry. And instead, they flood back into a site that Burger Boys are so prepared. Like they haven't had to just toss util up until this point. Bonnie was just throwing blast packs at the front door by the end of that fight. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. And I haven't really been keeping internal track, but I don't know if there's been maybe more than 1 or 2 first bloods for M80 right now. Like, again, it's just like nothing is getting set up, even in full gun rounds. Like, again, we can excuse the anti-ecos and the pistols and stuff like that, but we've had a couple of weird force buys. Like, it's just, it feels like, and again, hang with me here, fam. It just feels disrespectful from M80. Like, I don't know, there's like a level of like insincerity that feels like it's being tossed into the moment. And now you're looking at round 11. Dimensional Drift should guarantee you at least a plant, if not a round. But on the flip side, Burger Boys are cooking up a couple of key ultimates of their own that could be round winning.
Yeah. For Lotus, definitely still cooking for M80. They'll have the Dimensional Drift to enter A site freely. Again, their bread and butter thus far on the half, and they'll get a hell of a lot of space out of that. I mean, if you don't win off of this.
But look at Bonnie. In the dark cover, has one tossed for a replacement, and now Bonnie's behind the play. No one has any idea. Oh my goodness, they don't see Bonnie through the door, and Bonnie's gonna blow open this play. There's 2 already. Armageddon cuts the backside of the site. And that you can maybe chalk up to this Valorant timing, but still, at no point did they clear out their own wall or the defensive dark cover. And that lack of commitment to just checking and having some due diligence leads to a free round for Burger Boys.
Last round before the switch.
One lone slip. Continuing to be M80's downfall. Whether it's a switch up on the site, an attempted target. And, I mean, from here, even just an almost perfect strike of A off of this Yoru ult. All gone to waste. From just letting go of one thing. One more round here on the attack for M80. Big C-stack to start things out. They'll annoy Nanners as much as they have so far this half, but off of that, they have yet to really make anything work.
Now, still a fighting chance here for M80 in this round. Decoy toss, some deep salvos also making their way onto the C site. Sheer is still on the way, though. And Razorvine will replace it as soon as it fades. So, again, Nanners doing a really nice job of holding off the inevitable hits. This expensive amount of utility that comes through, though. Just, again, you get that utility out if you're M80, but what's your follow-up? How are you going to be able to punish that?
Practo hasn't left B yet, has been waiting for Bao to peak like he has been consistently on this lurk. He does. It'll still be a B push here, and Bonnie is now the one ready for it. Easy showstopper for 2. Again, kindergarten level reading here for Burger Boys.
Yeah, I mean, the clock's running out. Like, you haven't seen the hit towards C. All the utility is faded. So you're just going to pop a little bit of a timing play to see if you can get a trap with the showstopper. Doors pop, you hear all that information, turns into a double. It's been, like, honestly, like, as much as I know we're coming across a little critically of M80 because the expectations were that the first round against Ambrosia was kind of a fluke matchup, I'll be honest, Burger Boys are looking way more prepared, way more solid at the moment.
At the very least, on the attack half, M80 certainly lacking. And it truly, I mean, that early A push was really the only weak point we saw from Burger Boys' defense, and they handed that over willingly to go for the retake fights. Apart from that, they took back C far more consistently than I imagined anybody expected with the composition that they've got right now, with the ability to just toss so much into the back freely. And Bonnie, in the meantime, up right in their faces, getting so many of these early kills as well, out of the blue.
Yeah. Okay, 8-4 half. And now you start to look at kind of the overarching statistics on quite a handful of playthroughs for Burger Boys in the calendar year on this map. Offensively, they have also been very good. The defense has been where I think the majority of their rounds have kind of come through in the last month or so. But they have had a handful of very successful offensive rounds dating back to when they played Blue Otter in the beginning of the middle of March. That was a 9-3 opening half on the attack with the same composition. So definitely feels like Burger Boys are well prepped and ready to go. Just comes down to, can M80 show us something here to get things started? And you would love to have it for the pistol just to kind of get this thing closer to level terms.
My first question is asked here with how M80 are going to be holding this C site going forward. Looks like Bao going to continue to try and hold it down on the anchor for this C. Victor back on this Tejo plant that Practo was throughout the game, but very much alone at the moment. Burger Boys trying to find a weak point, and they may have just spotted it through Baby Door.
Opening utility, causing some focus towards B. Wrapped through the door, though, leads us to believe this will be some sort of a C hit. And here we go. Dark cover to block off Waterfall. Sato for the first blood. Big 1v1 here that Kai's able to win versus Nanners. That stops the potential pinch, and now all the focus can just be on what's happening on the site. Victor opens things up, finding the spike carrier. Alvin trying to work with Retro on this backside ramp play, and they're doing a nice job teamworking this out, but the Paranoia connects onto both. And Okeanos will have no problems cleaning things up. Pistol win for M80.
Similar commitment issues to the attack on the vice versa here for Burger Boys. Is they boxed out M80 pretty cleanly on this B site and did not commit to it. In fact, did not even flood the C. Instead, they tested on door, making sure that no one was peeking it, and then they had to 5-stack, rush into a snake-bitten, Sato-held death fest that they still almost win, by the way, after creeping up. Thank God Okeano still had that Paranoia in the kit. Otherwise, M80 would not have had it in them. Still, though, if Burger Boys are as scared as M80 was, this could be a very different Lotus.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this is, you know, for Burger Boys, getting themselves established with what question they want, and this is what I'm kind of talking about, getting Bonnie in for some sort of initial play, just trying to break the timing of this defensive setup. Doesn't work out, though. Flawless opening here for M80 to get things kicked, and now you're just on 2 classics for a 2v5.
Yeah, strict hold on this B site here. And that mounted aggression very early in this round to try to get inside. Not gonna find anything this time around. They're gonna spray this through. Yeah, make it work. Oh, unless Alvin gets one back.
Okay.
Oh?
Not one you predict is gonna come through. Still, the issue is working your way back to the spike. As that dark cover fades, the utility will pretty much be expended outside of maybe the ability to flash and try to find something on a corner. But the crossfire setup is here. Fault line actually initially well placed, but Okeanos finds the first and will tally the second. Retro can't break their way through the dark cover, and we've got an 8-6 hold and a true bonus coming through. It's going to be a formidable one. Outlaw 3 Bulldogs. Not bad at all for M80.
Yeah, they are rare to fight for whatever they choose to. But it doesn't look like that'll end up being a main all the way down. Again, this Viper screen, M80 is leaning on it to at least slow this down. And yeah, Burger Boys, they'll choose to go for Mound instead. How heavily does M80 fight for this immediately? Okeanos right at the door to set some smokes up here, and Burger Boys quickly take the whole of the Mound space.
It's voluntarily given away, though, for M80. Not looking to challenge it. Just looking to play on this triple stack inside the site. Orb collected.
Locating targets.
Stealth drone to make their way in. Doesn't really see much. And at most, maybe it catches one. And Okeanos is trying to play parkour against the stealth drone. He gets caught trying to hop into the boxes. Still, trades are decent, though, with that triple stack of defenders on the C site. And that will push Burger Boys back once again to try.
Poison's off.
Very minimal util to cause pretty maximal disruption here on the C site. Still, one left to hold. Burger Boys do think that this is still their best bet after killing the 2 and potentially forcing M80 to spread their resources thin, but they are fully prepared We'll just climb back onto C site, which will be executed now.
Salvo in the back corner, responded with the defenses though. And yeah, really well done by Bao following up on that, just tucked into a corner. And this is going to be a bonus win, unless Nanners has something to do about it. But no, the isolated 1v1 versus Bao still doesn't come through. That's free weapon upgrades, and all of a sudden you look to the scoreboard after what was a very misguided first half, and it's only a one-round game.
Yeah, Burger Boys really stun locked on this round as well. Is that the status quo going forward for this team here on Lotus? Have the tables fully turned? We'll find out as we finally get some action here on Rubble, albeit with that gun diff still in play. M80, a great read onto Burger Boys' willingness to try to go for that doubling down onto what they could have considered that weaker site with less of that util available.
Salvo thrown in towards mid at A main. Bonnie bursting over, trying to take away the line of sight over towards stairs. Dark cover in the way. And a little bit of pressure has now forced Bao to get the toxic screen up for just a moment, see if the defense can get into A, which they're successfully able to do. Also, keep in mind, looking at the minimap, that you do have Okeanos that is pushed through to keep the C play safe. So M80 can commit this 4-member defense over towards the mid, or especially the A site.
Yeah, the stealth drone has sussed out the remainder of B as well, so Okeanos can pretty freely walk into this. Of course, the Shear's still blocking him, but Burger Boys, they are on a timer, and they should probably know it by now.
Well, yeah, here comes that flank play again. The wall is in the way at the moment, teleporting across it. Oh, goodness. So, yeah, there's Okeanos. He finds the first, turns the attention to the Tejo, and in that moment, Bao pinches from the front. Sheriff shots are landing, though, 3v3. Weapon collected for Practo. None for Retro and Albin yet, still stuck over towards Tree, and Sato's going to get a collab with the Outlaw. Practo now the last one left, had to be a 1v3 on 5 health. And it's kind of a good luck, have fun type moment. And all of a sudden, we're tied at 8.
And you're starting to see M80 get proactive on swings they don't need to foster, but with that confidence that they're feeling, they know that they're able to sort of take the fights a little closer to Burger Boys, cause that extra pressure. Maybe twist the knife even further on what is so far the sweep on the D. I see a lot of stacks starting to form as well, a lot quicker ability to trade for M80 here, quickly coming to fruition for the most part, at least. Bao is very much alone on the C site that's about to get dumped.
Just backs away though. Salvo forces the angle to be respected.
Back over.
And here we go. Sato, gate crash to get back if he needs to, but the hard, heavy hit play through A main is going to cause a lot of attention for Burger Boys. And I actually really like this for M80. They're just going to back off knowing that Burger Boys have to re-clear this before they can execute anywhere. So this is going to take a lot of time for Burger Boys just to get themselves some stable footing.
Yeah, Okeanos will have a free peek if anybody decides to come out of this 8 door again. They'll have to clear it with at least one more thing. So much in their way after being able to negate that sheer very early on in this round. Again, taking the fight to them, but not until they know they can win it. Bao set up on top of these boxes. Won't find anything just yet. Just some extra intel.
Yeah, just looking for something off the poison cloud fading, but nothing there. 40 seconds on the clock. 3-2 split. There has been no information gathering over towards B at the moment. Victor, Salvo over towards C. Help nearby as Caillou is on the cross here with Victor, who doesn't need the help. Fault line also will connect right through the front doors at B. 20 seconds on the clock. You have to commit here if you're Burger in one way or another, and that the commitment might just be worth saving because there's just no way you crack into this site.
Yeah, stun to counteract that arc rose. TP onto the B site here. Alvin's gone undetected. Nanners to open up. How the hell does Burger Boys take this back? Okeanos has to react quickly with that paranoia on site here as the dimensional drift rings through for M80, but the spike is gonna go down.
Okeanos able to find one off the post plant setup though, but Practo shuts down Sato, 2v2. How do you just teleport into sight and find 2 kills with your Albin? May not make a difference. It shuts down to Nanners. 1v2 situation, and Okeanos beats him on the wide swing. Dicey, difficult round right there for M80. Way more difficult than it should have been considering the time on the clock. It definitely felt like for a moment, Alvin and the gang were just going to back off and just save, but there's a late teleport right in the middle of the B site, and that turns into 2 and maybe a chance.
It causes these momentary flatlines for M80, a stroke in the comms where no one can catch it in time for it to go unpunished. Always able to grab the one, and Nanners immediately drives on top of it. Burger Boys sure as hell still in this fight. And they still have a decent buy going into this, along with a hell of a lot of ultimates to call their own. They can hit just about any site they want to pretty heavily. Just comes down to not losing a fight up until that point.
Yeah, could be fireworks in this round. Vipers pit over towards the front doors at C, allowing M80 to get this early stack at A. And they really haven't thrown that much more utility than normal. Spam shot from Okeanos does land onto Bonnie. Nanners playing up close and personal on Rubble. Hasn't seen much yet. Oh, but that stun will land. Nanners have to turn that into one, and all of a sudden Burger Boys can push forward, try to collect this weapon, and see if they can continue on this journey to A.
M80 trying to spray it back as well, get that punish game going, and Victor's been planted here on the boxes. Arcros is prepared for exactly him, but the Armageddon in response. Showstopper available from Bonnie to try to find the kill, and he does on a Caillou.
That clears the corner out beautifully. And now M80. This is difficult to start framing up how you retake. Well, to be fair, they're getting a little bit of a lease on life because the spike is taking its time. Armageddon will be sent on in. Doesn't really do too much. Victor for one, traded though. Bow now. In position through stairs, has help nearby. Snakebite right on top of Retro. A little bit of damage, but the Steel Garden gets called. Sato will be affected by this, and all he has is a classic. He's able to avoid the fault line though for now. Retro and the rest of the Burger Boys hanging out over towards this tree angle. Primaries are back. Follow up with the poison cloud being sent onto the corner, but I don't think it lands where it's intended. Here's the flashback out. Arcros the counter. Sato for the opener. Sato for two. And now it's just down to pushing out Retro. And they're waiting for him to check. There's a little bit of a high-low. Just a little crouch spam setup. Retro still just waiting this one out. Does he get timing on this? No. Sato will catch all three, and M80 save another round.
Oh, Bao is kicking himself in that. Yeah, he's like, look at this. Are you kidding me? How does an orb get stuck here? They were 100% going for the ricochet onto the spike there, but they made it work anyway on the double in the 2v3. Retro definitely keeping it a little bit dicey, though. Nice timing and discipline. And again, that's the confidence that Burger Boys will maintain here after a really solid take from Rubble. That showstopper to open up at the perfect time. Burger Boys have really got their finger on the pulse. It just comes down to raw execution that M80 are able to outrun in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, just a couple of stellar individual moments. I mean, Sato for three in that round. Bao a couple of rounds prior able to do something similar. A handful of saves. Alvin first blood, as there's going to be a bit of a battle here at C. Mount Paranoiac costed by M80's defense. It doesn't really affect too much of this. Okeanos only able to find one, and he is stuck with nowhere to go. Quick battle, quick round. Burger Boys back to within one.
And easy crunch on the C that everybody on Burger Boys is able to win the fight for. And that is a symptom of what got M80 into their troubles with Ambrosia in their previous matchup as well. Just raw diffing in these very slim individual moments that Burger Boys each get their swings onto, each land their shots onto. And teams like M80 and Hubert Academy that Burger Boys faced off against previously, and they got the same sort of thing going. There are moments where even the pros just aren't ready for you.
Well, Burger Boys is going to stick to their guns here. Essentially run the same sort of a break off onto C-Mount. This time a different setup, but Okeanos drops. Trigger discipline here from Sato, finds one, teleports back away. Safely back in towards site is Bao, and will actually track back a little bit further just to make sure they can keep their lives as the defense will fully rotate over. Commitment is here, kind of. With Rolling Thunder, it makes it a little bit more convincing trying to get this spike onto site, but the Dimensional Drift is reading all of this, and you know there's going to be some sort of a waterfall fight. Prato and Bonnie teaming up to at least allow some sort of contest, but now it's just down to working your way back into the site here through Sato. Bao overwhelmed to the backside of the site, and now the salvo has Sato just completely caught right in the middle, and he's just going to have to world star this 1v2.
Planted.
Bonnie dancing on the site all the while that util dump came through. Sato able to deal with his friend. It's just this Raze left in the duelist duel. Decoy shot out. Position confirmed here by Bonnie. He's watching the river, and Sato grabs 4 for the round and saves the day for an M80 that just could not hack it any other way onto the C site. They tried everything to get that Raze off. Good God.
That's why you pick up Sato. I mean, the story of this M80 team, if you're someone who's joining into the Valorant Challenger space a little bit late this year, you know, a lot of expectations, largely because the organization has been so close so many times to winning out through Ascension. Has not happened. The group stage in stage 1 doesn't start strong. Sato gets picked up. You wait for him to arrive. It takes a little bit for Sato to get his feet wet with the squad, but once he does, they qualify for playoffs as one of the last teams. They make a deep run, and you start to say, all right, M80's in position to be one of the best teams in North America again. And right now in this matchup, in this map in particular, it largely has just been M80 just flat out winning gunfights that they have no business winning.
Tony's down.
Getting away with it. The prime way to win rounds in Valorant North American Challengers. And M80's going to try it twice more here as Nanners yet again hanging out on the B door. Suss out some util, and he'll do a pretty good job of it. He's even going to egg Victor onward.
Well, he's got the support of Caillou right next door, so worth at least a follow-up check. Under a minute to play. Burger Boys still all 5 members stacked up on mound in this full gun round. Dark Covers currently possessing the choke point at C. Sato has played this angle before. It went unchecked the first time. Do you double blast pack in and actually check this to see if you can bait out Sato? Aftershock will get the job done. Forces the gate crash deep and far away. So now the defense is vulnerable on the site.
They're stuck here on top of the vines. They'll get procced again, and he's still stuck. That'll be him down, and Retro's gonna open it up all the way through Waterfall for the rest of this. Bow turned on as well. 3 now for Retro.
Low health pools. I believe Sato just saw Retro, but Practo drops the spike, gets off for the plant, and finds the headshot to keep us tight. 11-10 to count, going deep into this map number 1.
Great walk in that time around for Burger Boys. That's just getting it done the right way, something that they'd faltered at all too often. And now that they know that they can do it once, they know that they can do it again. M80 is going to have to play so much more attention for such a longer time over here on the C entry. No matter how long they play Rebel, no matter how long they have Nanners annoying you over in B main, this is going to be a much longer last couple rounds if Burger Boys have their way.
M80 will have a chance to start building up some ultimates, though, that they're going to love having. You don't want to rule them out with the Bulldog and a couple of sheriffs. A couple of shots hit maybe, and Victor just gets caught playing for the orb. So he'll be taken down. It'll be an early 5v4 for Burger Boys, and this should be all avenues straightforward and on to A.
And M80, are they as demotivated as Burger Boys was to hold on to the site before it's approached? Looks like they'll at least place one on. Sato's dropped down, and Caillou quick to follow on top of this Eco.
Well, defense will get onto site. Sato hanging. Bulldog for 1. Snaps, finds another. Gate crashes back, but doesn't get fully out to safety. Forces a couple of repurchases, and it's not the worst news in the world, but largely Burger Boys are going to be fine, and we're tied up once again in this back and forth affair.
Yeah, this is great to see from Burger Boys, really rekindling things in the latter half of this attack. And it has come off of similar hero moments from these players that have just been barreling through these sites and holding on to the slimmest of margins. M80, there is always something they forget, and Burger Boys have been able to find that bruise and pin it down even harder.
Yeah. Early Armageddon going to be spent over towards small door at B, and Sato just walks up with an operator to find first blood on an Anderson. The lurk play is done. And Burger Boys, you may have to just commit to this and hope you can win out these battles. You got a showstopper to potentially clear this out, but Bonnie instead is going to try to play for the cutoff at stairs, or are they? Now it's the showstopper. Backing up is M80, trying to give some respect to it as the defensive Armageddon comes through, and in that moment, Sato connects once again. It's an empty showstopper, and numbers now for M80 looking to build their retake together.
Terrific counters thus far, and it's going to continue with this dimensional drift into the Rolling Thunder. M80 have all the tools they need to retake this.
But Bao will be the first one to drop. Sato still in the dimensional drift, has not popped out yet. Caillou able to find 2 from top of ropes. Fractal last one, left it, it's Sato. A quick scope shot right into the forehead. And that'll be enough for M80 to really cleanly get back in for the retake and take the edge here on map point.
Well, M80 looked for their own weak point, and they found it in Nanners hiding away in the B door. Sato, instead of hanging out in the C space with Bao in that first part of the round, he immediately comes in with that op and takes care of that first threat. Burger Boys quickly crunched after that with that Armageddon used on the baby door. They know that M80 could come peek them from any angle at any waking moment. They've got to gun it onto that A site and just win it out from there. M80 had that round 5 seconds in.
Still enough purchase here for Burger Boys to try to get us to OT. One away from a Rolling Thunder and a Steel Garden as well, which is important. And you can see the stack up as the barriers drop. Over towards A Rubble. Just looking for an angle, as it will be Bonnie watching from stairs for the moment. And this is another one of those times where Sato has cleared the space. Look at the defense of the minimap. They're already rotating over. They're already getting the call that this is probably some sort of force towards A, if not maybe even a quick hit to A.
Yeah, Proxy clears of those first 2 T hits to speed run these crucial players on over to the A site, where it is going to be the double down from Burger Boys. Here they go.
You can see Victor is just watching and waiting to see if there's going to be any kind of alert from Nanners. Not going to happen. The Rolling Thunder is ready for Retro. From the shadows, not going to be committed to, just a little bit of a feel out for the offense, seeing if the defense is at the front doors. They haven't gotten a full read yet. Sato again finds the opener. Surely this is where the Rolling Thunder come through, but it may be a little bit too late once again, as Burger Boys are now stuck over towards Tree. Trades are good as Victor finds 2. Just down to Nanners. First shot's good. Steel Garden is in play. Sato waiting to see if there's going to be an opportunity to use this. Okeanos is going to stick. Sato with the shorty at low HP. Secures map number 1. It may not have been clean. It may not have been pretty, but a win is a win for M80 as they take the opener.
Sato with the ultimate glow up to bookend that victory for M80. Just a tremendous duelist display the whole way throughout, but then picking up that operator and starting to get somehow even more active than he already was. Just a complete switch up on how he was playing that character, and an absolutely massive shift for how M80 were able to swing sites far more quickly, far more aggressively, and far more consistently. Taking those rounds back right after Burger Boys really had us sweating for a moment there. 13-11 on that Lotus.
I'm expecting when we get back to the desk, Elizabeth is going to say, hey, Vansili, how did M80 win that map? And Vansili is going to say, Sato. That's it. That's the only analysis you need. We can go on to map number 2. That was, though, Burger Boys map selection. Important to note, as we have Split coming up. And if you can't take it by the candor of my voice, you don't want to play M80 on Split. So we'll see what happens as we head to break, see what the desk has to say, and we'll join you back for map number 2 after this.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come, and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is, you feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match, and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
like to give up, and they didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America.
so
I'm your
tall.
host, Elizabeth. Joined by Vans and Compass. I have met Vans IRL. He is considerably tall, but I'm also 5'9". So take with that what you will. But we also have Gompers. How tall are you?
I'm 5 feet.
Period.
Oh, you're like 7'8". Gomper's like 7'8". She towers me.
Vans is like 10 feet, honestly. I don't.
Yeah, it's true. He towers over us. Shout out production making him just like looking all the way up.
But like, out of the cut, like, yo, what's up? How's everybody doing? I'm M80. I'm just stomping on you, Burger Boys.
Yeah, that window you see behind him is actually a sunroof. Don't be fooled. He's...
You know, for Shift trying to predict what we were going to say, I don't think he could have seen this one coming at the end of the game. But if you're just joining us, M80 defeated Burger Boys 13-11. A very close map, a very hard-fought map. I'm going to go to our tall king, Vans. Vans, simply put, all the way up there. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I do agree with what Shift was saying. There's a lot of it was around Sato, but I think overall I like to say that the macro from both of these teams wasn't that great for me when you're looking at how they're playing on the attack side. I want to start things off with like Burger Boys having a good understanding of how they could play against M80 because M80 was not playing good or no sentinels, right? So they had so many lurk capabilities and they weren't really being re-cleared in those moments. And M80 kind of like just one geared and tried to be very explosive because that was the nature of their comp. But without watching players and without focusing people or players on watching flanks, they kind of fell short in a lot of these moments where they were getting wallbang, backstab, ecoed a lot. And I gotta say, a little bit was unluckiness because they were getting spammed through smoke a crap ton by Burger Boys. But then once we actually switched sides though, Burger Boys ran into similar issues. It just felt like they just wanted to one gear into a flood site takes, but you're forgetting that you're playing against a composition that's very good for flood retakes when you're playing double initiator on the other end. So I felt that there was a lack of good lurking on Natter's side when that was so good on their defensive side, which didn't really manipulate and rotates the map well enough here for Burger Boys and allowed M80 to just pop off.
I felt like too, like, yeah, I agree. The flood retakes and, you know, just being taken advantage by flank, like Van said, was a very, very huge issue. And honestly, I felt like that kind of obviously not led to M80's demise because they're going 13-11 now. They did end up being victorious within this, but it led to a lot of issues from the start, you know, leading off on that attacking half, you know, just trying to patiently lure out Burger Boys and play somewhat of a slow game off the rip in a lot of these games, and then having to move towards rotations, but then being caught out, whether it be behind them, whether it be, you know, in angles that they weren't necessarily expecting. And I felt like a lot of the time they were struggling to you know, find that balance on the attacking side. Definitely felt like defense was a little bit more coordinated in terms of having, you know, the util be a little bit more in cohesion, especially for Burger Boys. Honestly, I'll give them some credit there, you know, when it came to their attacking side, or I'm sorry, their defensive side, where no, actually, it was their attacking side where they did manage to zone in the players of M80, and they were fighting for their absolute lives in this game to keep that victory in their pockets because they were doing everything, right? Retro with Practo shutting off corners to allow pretty much anyone and everyone to fight for sight, right? Along with, you know, we did get to see a little bit of Q and Victor play alongside Bao to try to help him, you know, peek the A site angles and really try to fight for sight when they were left alone and they didn't have any avenue. So they were protecting each other at the same time. And both of these teams were honestly putting everything they could forth, every single piece of util. So I give them respects there, but definitely a big congrats to M80 for keeping that resilience there.
Yes, a nice comeback from the boys, which it was looking a little rocky at first, Vans, but eventually the second half kind of turned it around. But right now we're looking at the head-to-head of Sato versus Bonnie. Now, we were hyping this matchup before. We were talking about this as something you really want to look at. You really want to pay attention to this. Now that we have seen both of them and seen this head-to-head, Vans, what is your read on these two duelists facing each other?
They both did their jobs in different ways. I think Sato, you saw that he had moments where he had to clutch out for the team, especially somehow playing as a Yoru on defense when he's going to be at the forefront first. he's still, yes, getting the first kill and then coming back for clutches towards the end. So for him to stay alive that long and to be able to be a key component into these foot retakes that we're just talking about for M80 is actually quite nice. So Sato definitely popping off for praising his mechanical skills. We wanted to see it going into this matchup against Burger Boys today, and he definitely did, right? Top of the charts, 28 and 16 going into the kill, death, assists column. On the side, though, of Bonnie, although a little bit lower in the category, he was 19 and 20, but the reason why I said he did his job, he's still 8 and 2 on First Bloods, doing as much as he could in terms of holding space on a defensive side, where he capitalized on 4 of those First Bloods out of the 8, and then getting 4 on the attack side when he's actually trying to create that space for the team. So I think overall, again, with 2 different type of compositions, one using a Vice and one just not playing a Senti, I think both teams did quite good in terms of the approach that they wanted to have here on this map, despite what I was mentioning before, the lack of a little bit of activation on their attack side. But defense really good for both teams.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the defense. I was super pleased with I believe it was, oh my gosh, guys, my brain is not braining Boney's performance. I don't know why I keep forgetting that name. That name is so cool. Boney's performance on Raze too, because like you said, like, it really did work out. They did their job. They got the first kills, but there were so many pivotal moments where, you know, the call that they happened to make was the exact call that they needed to win that round, right? We saw the showstopper come out when they heard doors open. They didn't know how many players were there, but it was that pivotal moment where Boney was like, okay, I don't know what's going on. All I can ask for is maybe a flash to come through, and you know what, I'm gonna slide and peek this corner and we're gonna see what I can do. And that was a free 2K, and honestly, like, a huge conversion on that round. So I think it was moments like those that kind of led you to believe this team is gonna keep going and possibly win the whole thing. It was very intense game for sure.
If I'm either team, Vans, I'm not terribly upset about how that match went. Obviously, there are things we can always improve on and do better, but for both teams, that was a showing that we were hoping for. We were hoping for that resilience from 880. We're hoping for that competitiveness from Burger Boys. The confidence going into map 2 for both teams should be pretty good, no?
I agree. If the matchup finished right now in map number 1 and you had to interview either of the teams from M80 or from Burger Boys, I think both of them would have said, we just did a small stupid mistakes that costed us the map or the game. And I gotta agree with that, because M80, you know, I'm interviewing myself as a player on both sides. That's how I'm doing it. But like, for example, there's still like some like mistakes that happen on the side of M80, especially on the piss around, when they're trying to break the Vice wall and then they're just walking their own one ways and then getting picked off. Or from the side of Burger Boys, they're not as coordinated when they want to try to execute onto a site or set up for the post plants, right? They had like a 4 versus 2 situation where you had a Viper orb that was missed on the retake there from Bao, and somehow M80 was still able to convert that round because of Sato's great shooting. But macro-wise, a 3 versus 2 going into the post plant, that should have been Burger Boys all day long. So, which is why you're seeing such a close result of a 13-11 due to these mistakes. But split, I think both teams, or should I say even M80, quite comfortable on that map. I'm not too sure how this is going to pan out. I was mentioning 2-1 here, Liz, but if it was going to be 2-1 for M80, it had to be Lotus on his side here for Burger Boys to win.
I think something I also want to highlight while we go and see what our next map is going to be, going back to the map vetoes, is that Chet called a timeout at 4-2 and 6-4. So you know that man is active. You know that man is making sure that he sees plenty that the boys need to work on. And granted, that was their first half, which they did not perform as well on. But it's really encouraging and good to see as a coach to see that he is aware of these issues. And even if you won 13-11, we go into split, your map pick, and he knows exactly what needs to be. Like, if it's something that's not more of like a macro map thing, little things that we can work on. Moving into split, I'm gonna go to you, Gumpers, about Burger Boys on split. This is a map we have not seen today. So right away, do you think this is maybe a stolen map pick on Burger Boys half, or is it gonna be a clean 2-0 considering that M80 stole Burger Boys pick?
Listen, I don't know, man. Like, again, Vans pointed out they lost to Ambrosia on this map. it wasn't looking the absolute best, to be completely blunt with you. Obviously, like there were some things that just needed to be honed in on, but I think in terms of skill level, obviously we've seen that both these teams are pretty similar in terms of whether it be aim, Boney versus, you know, the duelists are definitely looking pretty on par with each other as well. I think it was just situational, honestly. There was a lot of bad luck within this game, right? It's very hard because, you know, despite you being behind a smoke, you still have full access to you know, to where the typical plant spots are. You can do a ton of wall bangs that are completely unfair, and it is quite difficult of a map to keep your post plant positioning. So I will say very, very situational. But for Split, I don't know, performance coming through from Sato was absolutely insane, and I'm gonna say it. Yeah, I think it might be an M80 game again.
Yeah, sorry, and to correct myself as well, when I was mentioning like a slower paced game for Split and that it was kind of lost, it was for the mental of me of what you were just saying here, Goppers, on Sato not unfortunately performing to what we know Sato could do. But it was actually on the side of Okeanos that was also popping off rather as the Tejo to be able to pull up these numbers to allow M80 to take over Ambrosia. And now that you're looking at it though, for M80 going into this game, there's another roster or compositional change on the side of M80. So Victor seems to be sticking around and staying as the Tejo, and M80 just wants to fully drop the whole gameplay around having to use a Sentinel for these type of maps, because you could already do enough with like an Omen and a Viper in terms of stall on your defensive side of Split. So another, once again, different type of approach that we see here coming on the side of M80, but also still a very strong composition overall.
And now we have maybe possibly one more map, unless Burger Boys can push it to a map 3, but they must win M80's map pick of Split. And I know Shift probably has something sassy to say about me, so let's hear it from him. It is Shift and Tenric on the call.
No, nothing today. Just going to go into the compositional change. Now, this is, for M80, this isn't new. It dates back to what they did in the Swiss stage from stage 1, but they didn't find any success with this composition. And then when they got the playoffs, they swapped out the Viper and the Yoru for a Raze and a Sage, kind of a more antiquated composition. And it worked out great for them. I mean, kind of as we were framing up after the end of map 1, like Split and M80 really got established as a go-to map choice selection for them in playoffs, but it wasn't with this composition. I'm just really curious to see why they swapped back to this where it wasn't successful when they played back in the Swiss stage.
I think the focal point of it is Okeanos. B-Dog was the one playing Omen on Split when M80 was playing on it in the previous stage, but Okeanos has always been such a heavy fragger, and on this initiator role for M80, he's always struggled a tiny bit to really open up the ways that other initiators can, and that Victor has been so far this stage. Placing him on this Omen role, especially since we just saw them do it to Redux with Qbert Academy, could be a way to have somebody still get that activity going, still get that fragging potential, while still applying a lot of critical utility more consistently to the team. With these extra smokes and bow back on the Viper, one of his bread and butters, it still looks really good for M80 in my eyes.
Yeah, it just comes down to, again, they had tried this composition when they initially added Sato to the mix, so have they been able to kind of revive it in more productive ways? And so far, the pistol's looking pretty darn good. Just a quick hit over through A. Not really a lot of favorable contact at all for the Burger Boys. A couple of shots into Victor and Bao, but really outside of that, nothing else. So 3v5 on the retake, and there's still utility to spend here if you're M80 on these stacks.
Tremendous take here. And Sato on this Yoru, which I think he also feels a lot more comfortable with on nowadays. We'll be able to breach this site pretty easily and win out the fight from there. On the other side of this, Burger Boys with a pretty by-the-book comp here. They're keeping that Astra for Retro, who is swapped over from the Breach. Rest of the players playing basically what they've always played on this map and so many others since 2 years of Knights Gauntlets and other Challenger splits. I've seen these guys play on these agents on this map. It is tried and true and so damn good here on the defense.
I think the thing that, looking at this competition compared to the prior one for M80, this is all about timing, tempo, and just raw aggression. Making sure Burger Boys don't get comfortable at all on defense. And I think a lot of that, kind of wants to put Nanners into an uncomfortable spot of when do we use utility, where do we use it? Same thing in terms of like, if you're practical right now, I'm this Sky, which is, you know, I won't say uncommon, but it isn't a main practice. Like, do you have to start spending things like a Trailblazer and early guiding light just to contest these choke points? Because, you know, again, it's just a pistol and a follow-up round, but so far, tempo's been the name of the game for M80, and they're utilizing all their utility to get past the choke point, get onto site, get a plant, and the Burger Boys are just taking too long defensively to rotate. So it's going to make a call here if you're Burger Boys to have to start spending utility early just to try to get a read and try to slow down some of these initial approaches from M80.
And on the attack, with, you know, the composition that M80 has with the make-or-break style of the attack half of Split, are they really going to be scared of a bird or a bite or a blast pack at the end of the day? They're going to surge right forward, and they're still going to fight you. Burger Boys has to be prepared for every individual take that M80 goes for and diff them along the way. It'll have to be a defense they chip away at in order to make some headway on the site itself, because regardless, I think M80 is going to have no trouble getting there at least.
Oh, there we go. Kind of talking about the utility Trailblazer spent just to make sure nothing's over towards A main. Here comes the gate crash and a little bit of utility thrown over to the direction of Alvin, who has to give up the site for now. Bonnie up top, trying to watch the cross in through B main. Can't make any connections happen yet. Okeanos and Sato. Wow, that is a really solid opener. Practo does take 2 with them before dropping, but it's not going to be enough to stop this plant, and Retro's going to have to navigate a 1v3.
I'm loving this Yoru and Omen duo that's been taking over a good deal of compositions on maps lately. The double TP in to get across all of that remarkably powerful Sentinel utility that's been so pervasive on maps like this in the past. It's and again, it lets players like Okeanos and Sato get more aggressive than they normally could. Okeanos walking right into it, handing a sudden 1v1 here to Retro on the spike, and Sato saves the bonus.
Yeah, there's a level there where I think Retro knows that Sato's playing in that back corner, but there is a level of trying to pull him out, kind of get battle against the clocks, but still, regardless of how it comes to be, it's a bonus round that comes through cleanly for M80, up now 3-0 on full purchase, where the defense for Burger Boys are going to have to go into this pistol upgrades. And it's, again, we kind of feel that round out in terms of the bonus. Not the quick hit towards A, but Burger Boys have to spend utility just to keep it honest, and then all of a sudden they're surprised over towards B. So it's just, again, the utility battle is continuing to turn up in favor of M80. And now with pistols out, it's going to have to be some sort of a hero play for Burger Boys, and nothing's going to be occurring there as Sato finds the opener.
Nothing you can really do after the null. Few opportunities that Burger Boys will get to be able to hold on to this round. This will be the one from heaven after the screen goes down, as do the smokes, Nanners, the peak, but counters it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Burger Boys call timeout after this one, just to talk about what they want to do here. Again, you've only seen a single gun round to this point, but it's the simple fact of the matter that you're still, regardless of what weapons M80 are holding, you're not able to contest them from getting these spikes down at all. I mean, these are as free as you could possibly imagine for an offensive side on Split. Like, on Split, we just don't often see that be the case. So I think if you're looking at this from Burger Boys, it looks like they're gonna get this one more shot in terms of trying to make some small adjustments, and then if this goes awry, we'll probably be talking about it. But I really do believe that if you're Practo, you got to get aggressive with some of this opening utility. You don't necessarily need to hold on to another flash for retake. I think you need to use it just to gather information, because their ability to search out intel is essentially 0 right now.
Yeah, Practo's got to start swinging on himself a little more often, the same way Retro is able to do on Lotus. That kept that game so bloody close. Sato has already TP'd onto the beat, as has Oki, who is top fragging for M80 at the moment. He has already looked so free, so wide open here on Split.
And we're going to learn right here. What do the Burger Boys have in mind? Trailblazer scouts out a little bit. Actually, Bao gets affected by that. Still gets into a corner and stays alive. The counter spam is good, and the follow-up gunfights are perfect. I mean, so what? You want to synopsize that battle? That's a Trailblazer getting information. You can't make good on it. But, like, what else? Like, what else? You can't just allow them to get into sight and then play retake with only Sky utility. Like, what is Retro gonna do? Like, place a star? Like, cool, who cares? Like, Nanner's utility is already off the table once we hit the barriers dropping. I think Burger Boys have to be way more aggressive at taking away these choke points.
Yeah, this is such a lethal combination of being able to breach your way onto site aggressively and then setting up shop afterwards with the breach Teho util, and then that Viper Toxic Orb on top of the tower swing that just let Bao sit there for a century on the boxes despite being stunned and getting sprayed down by 2 players. Just the setup is so immediately there. And then you have Okeanos' smokes to cycle back to because he is on Omen now.
Yeah, man, it's not been good in terms of playbook here for the side of Burger Boys, but on the other side, again, just reflecting on, you know, week 4, week 5 for M80, they tried this composition and did not find success in both occasions. Now it's looking indomitable. Like, this looks like a meta-changing composition in terms of how you play Split, because it's just not a map you often expect to see this much dominance on the offensive side of the map. And yeah, this is one of those raffle stomp maps that, you know, for Burger Boys, I mean, you have to show us anything in this next gun round. Just some sort of stable ground that you can hold, because they're not holding on to anything but like mail right now. That's the only thing they've been able to hold on to is mail.
And not to continue, you know, doubling back to the many things that M80 has already clearly improved upon for this comp, but not just that Omen, but Sato on this Yoru looks so much better than he did previously in Split 1. I think in the previous Split, I think he was pracking a lot more just like entries and working off of his own blinds and like proper dimensional drifting. For this Split, you could tell he just pracked so many execs and just knows exactly how to open things up. And like his Raze, he's a lot more willing to throw his body at the problem if necessary. So far, that just hasn't been the case because he can't die.
Yeah, I mean, it's been clean, and there's also this, I think, a certain level of like, doesn't matter what Sato is playing, he's gonna be good on it. Like, it just feels like that.
That's the point we're at.
Yeah, dimensional drift will come through. Armageddon's gonna be called. Sato's with the final one. Trade comes back through though. 4v4. Mail still being held. Offense held back for the time being, but Bonnie's committed to playing onto the B site, and there's not going to be a lot of assistance for him besides just playing off of a corner.
Nabila's doing an okay job of stalling out for a decent amount of time, but not a lot of this other athletes are really able to get that aggressive just because it's so fast. It's so one and done. And you're not able to get good synergy with what Retro has been able to set up. You do have a Cosmic Divide for this round, but M80, they have infested the map at this point after playing the long game.
And it's another one of those moments that I hate to just kind of keep piling on here, but if you're Burger Boys, like, you have a spy cam double trapwire set up at A. Like, I understand that you don't know what's happening over through vents. You're worried about A tower, but I just don't think you have to make that route happen if you're Nanners, where you can still play off your own toxic screen to help Alvin out. It's not been complete here for Burger Boys, and there's also a level of that's happening too, where like M80 are just shooting right now.
Yeah, certainly a big part of it. They've always come up on top. It's almost been cartoonish at some points where you have like 2 members of Burger Boys spraying down members of M80, and then one guy just comes in and boop, you're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of this is really stringing together for Burger Boys. The composition feels not only outdated, but not up to snuff with how much M80 have to offer at any stage in the round. And the gunplay is looking on the attacker side as well. Everything coming up M80 on this second round. A far better display than we saw on Lotus. This looks incredibly put together.
Yeah, and the other side of this, like, I know, again, Sky is not as typical as you would normally see, but I don't love the fact that we're already got A ramps control, working on A tower, and Practo has not thrown anything. Like, he's stuck in elbow, and from that position, it's not going to feel good to toss out like a late guiding light or a trailblazer. Like, you're just essentially playing your own life. Now, there will be a reset here, and you also got to keep in mind that we're dealing with limited purchase for Burger Boys, but I just, you know, seeing Bonnie at 0-7 and Practo just not throwing utility, I just feels like Burger Boys, they're lost. They feel lost right now.
A lot of it really does feel very empty, but Burger Boy is doing a good amount of stall work right now, both through the util that they've used and the lack thereof.
Yeah.
Birds still available on this site retake. That Practo is now extended back into screens for, though. And so they have to fight individually. Nanners on the cyber cage for the 1.
Oh, wait, the showstopper goes into the corner. It actually misses on the ledge. That could have possibly swung things back over to the side of the Burger Boys if it would have connected, because then tower would have been clear. But I don't know if we get that on replay or not, but you kind of see it. right as soon as you get to midair, I think the idea was to throw it down to A main, but then all of a sudden you notice a player up top at ledge and you kind of get caught threading the needle between both and it lands onto absolutely nothing.
I think that's exactly what happened too. We'll see it again here.
Oh no, he just whiffs. He just whiffs.
Oh man, he just whiffed Victor. That is a damn shame. Wow, yeah. He wasn't even playing. He was just playing to reopen it. Because you know why? Because they already knew that M80 was up there.
Yeah.
That's just how far they've gotten.
Well, we're already into round 9. Perfect so far as M80. We've got ops on both sides of the field here. This is going to be interesting. First time we've seen those being brought through.
Poison's off.
And this smoke will actually just lead into a rare hit that we haven't seen much of, which is through vents. Now, Bonnie's going to hear just about all of this. The question will be, what kind of help can he get to try to contest with the op in this position?
It's like none in time. He might just swing it. Nobody paying attention on top of these vents. And M80's still a little bit spooked by the swing. But with the Viper's pit set up on the other side, M80 maybe even more motivated to come here.
Oh, no, you got to hit that.
Oh, man, you do.
So now 5v4, A tower's wide open. Practo tries to go back to it, gets caught on Bao, who's essentially just lurking because the rotation around this Viper's pit back to B main is what's currently underway. Alvin feeling the pressure over towards A, but that's not where the hit is coming from. Instead, it's going to be echo over towards B site. Nanners trying to do what they can to stay a part of this defense, but has to hold the Viper's pit. Sato waited to hit some sort of a pinch over through mid as the spike will get planted. 4v3.
Another strict setup here. Burger Boys have very few windows to work in. Trying to clear one at a time. It's just not the way to do it. And Sato's found the stab. I think that's curtains.
Yeah, I think it is too. Yep. And there's the exit. It's just not enough Alvin can get out. No way. Wow. Oh, woof.
Man.
How have we not called a timeout yet, by the way, if you're Burger Boys? Like,
what?
That's the other side is like, nothing has even come close to going right. And I don't know. I'm at a loss for words here.
I'm really astounded by Nanners in action through the entirety of that sequence. Unable to step out to fight for the main line, unable to step back to fight for the pinch that he certainly felt was still happening by how inactive he was. I don't know if it was timing or a miscommunication or just being worse. I don't want to say it's the last one, but it is 9-0 now. I mean, like you said, nothing's working. No timeouts. Screw it, we ball.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you've got more kills for nearly half of M80 individually than you do for the Burger Boys combined right now. And that, again, like that ending right there with trying to save, you just lose a gunfight when you're holding a corner, holding a pre-aim. Like that, there's also a level of that's telling the story in its own right too. Where it's like Burger Boys just can't win a gunfight right now.
Right.
Hit on towards A, no test, no challenge, even with just sheriffs. And again, where's the trailblazer? Where's the guiding light? Like we're just running through a cyber cage with no information, man. Like. This has got to feel way too easy for M80. They got to be thinking, what are we doing right now? Like, who are we playing?
Yeah. Oh, dog just in time. Stepped out of the pit actually, so he's full for this swing. Yeah, nothing there. Just the timing is not timinging, and Sato is getting everything for free for it. At the end of the day, they're kind of just winning anyway.
It's like, okay, so like. I wanted to just take a moment.
Bonnie's got 0 kills.
Correct.
Oh,
correct. Combined 1 in 20, 3 in 30 for 3 members right now. I kind of want to zoom out just a touch, and you know, again, like we're all sitting here and we're looking at the results that M80 had from stage 1 on Split, and the playoff run was where I think they really started to gain favor, and it was not in this composition. They had tried this as soon as Sato had joined the team. It didn't work out all that well. They had lost the map twice. Once the Nightblood Gaming, you don't expect to lose against that team. Now all of a sudden it's looking obviously much better, but there's also a level of they're not being tested either. Like Burger Boys have done no adjusting, And outside of them just sitting here and scratching their heads and being completely flabbergasted, it really has just been M80 running the show from start to finish, and they're going to get another post plan today.
And this is a wellness check of a map if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
How is this comp doing? Better? Great to hear. Let's keep seeing it. Practo will get the kill onto ramps, which Burger Boys do seize control back of, but the spike is ticking away, and you don't have any other semblance of sight.
Yeah. You have to clear out ramps. You have to worry about that long play over through sewer, but you also need to clear things out over through elbow. Rolling Thunder to delay.
Cosmic Divide free. There you go.
Yeah. This should isolate, but... okay, I say special delivery for Victor doesn't get through. Okay, that'll work. The pulse comes out. Trades are decent. Leaving it just down now to Bao for the 1v3. Spike going to be defused. Bao cannot challenge it. And there we go.
Able to play that step by step. Able to take a little bit of extra time with it. You win a fight out in the beginning there, so you're able to gain some control back early. And then you keep the stack and swing off of that. Win enough fights to get by. Fellas, you won yourself a round of Valorant. So you got guns back here and every excuse to throw some util at the wall to try to grab a first blood again. Now that you know you can. Where is M80 gonna go from here?
Yeah. The world is their oyster, Tenrek. The world is their oyster. They can do whatever they want, it feels like.
We mid-fight chat? Finally? Skirmish and stairs? What if we kissed at the bottom of mail?
What? Need a wellness check on my co-caster real quick?
I'm doing great. Okay. I'm having the time of my life.
Oh, Manners isn't. And neither is Bonnie. And that's just, again, you called for it. A little bit fight. It's through smoke. It's on contact plays. And M80 just don't lose gunfights. So now you can kill some noise, cause some distraction. You're going to have Burger Boys desperately trying to hang on to whatever ground they have, which is not much, to be fair. Just one member up top at B Tower. Practo is just looking for shoulders. And eventually, this is just going to be a burst hit. It looks like over towards the A site through vents. We're just going to hear all of it.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get some decent timing on this, assumedly. Will Practo toss util out? Is this the right time to drop down immediately? No, he's sprayed.
One enemy remaining.
Lands it on site too. Yeah, nothing doing this time around. It'll be an 11-1/2.
Flawless.
Oof.
Oof.
Is this the time of the map where we say, is it Burger Boys or is it fries in the bag boys? Because at the moment, it's not been good. Got to win the pistol. And just kind of, again, reflecting over it, if the offensive side wins 55% of the time normally, and they just won 11 out of 12, the defensive side wins 54% of the time on normal occasions. And that usually is their second half where they're already up, talking about M80. So doesn't feel like there's much of a conversation in terms of trying to build any sort of a comeback story. And maybe we can just try to do what Bob Ross would do, try to paint a silver lining here. And maybe you start talking about the ability to set up stars to control space. You flash and double dash in for Bonnie. Like, that's maybe the only benefit that this composition has. I don't know. Hard to say.
We'll get an early trade in Garage to kick things off. Burger Boys.
Poison's off.
Less power in the singular lurk, but more power in the mid now. That's why Bao will leave it be. So some passive space gained off of that opening fight that you've only lost Alvin for, so you're not checking behind you. Great news, considering M80 will probably not be going behind you.
Yeah, but the ISO is just so convincing. Again, M80 get the information and just completely dominate, giving themselves an advantage now. 4v3, rotation over to B. This will be expected by Okeanos. Hearing a lot, I'll be honest. Has the paranoia to hold on to, goes for a shoulder check, nearly capitalizes onto a headshot. Now we get the dark cover, and as soon as the hit up towards top tower comes out, Paranoia is going to cut across the site, exactly right. Flash to try to counter out, Alkiana's pushed back. Here comes the follow-up gunfight, Bonnie able to find one, but again, isolated, but shot's not good for Victor. Leaving it just down to Caillou at low health, and Bonnie will catch 3 and take the pistol.
It's strictly a rundown from Bonnie to make things work. Shot's not aligning for any member of M80 there. Okeanos with the first whiff, and I believe that was Bao with the follow-up. Nobody could really retake it. But Burger Boys, regardless, were still quicker to that B site, really unafraid to let Okeanos hear them out because that util dump was coming shortly after. You saw Oki immediately had to back out, respect that paint shell. Salvos were tossed on top for good measure. Burger Boys have the same execution on paper when it comes to power level. It just comes to scaling off of that is really concerning because, again, that Sky util sticks out like a sore thumb in this day and age.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it, too, is, like, it sticks out like a sore thumb on top of that because that's all that Burger Boys have to play off of when it comes to execution. So we're really keeping our eyes on it. So it's a level of seeing it. There's another level of just making sure you're always reading when those things happen. Trailblazer through mid. Speaking of, met by a little bit of a 2-2 crossfire setup here at mid. Here's the peak over to the Nebula. Trades are not going to be there, though. And that will be enough to collect the spike, get to work, get the post plant, and have Victor just kind of fighting for his life on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, played the right way the whole way through there. Just letting Bonnie get the easy peek, easy kills. Now just a couple orbs away from this showstopper to get some action going in the bonus that Burger Boys have already got their sights set on. I think Victor's just gonna, harakiri here. Call it a day. Let's move on.
My life for hire.
Understandable. I don't think you change what you're doing too much so far if you're Burger Boys. I think the plays that they've been executing so far have been perfectly recyclable when it comes to the gun round. For M80's sake, you're able to slow down a little heavier now, but it's already been made clear that they can toss a whole lot at you in response. So my real question is, how many are they going to end up keeping on site, trying to keep planted for the pre-plant here? How much confidence do they have in taking that early fight to gain advantage?
Well, opening battle for position at B main, dark cover followed up by a push through from Sato, deletes the spy cam that's placed early. And Okeanos will be trusted to hold the site by throwing shoulders and hanging on to a paranoia. He will have help through B tower in case things get mixy, but Burger Boys on this stack will not have the spike, as M80 on the other front wait for the smoke to dissipate at mid, check it, no one's home, and now again, you have the information. You could spend the next couple of moments leaning towards B, anticipating a hit.
No reason not to leave this, especially when Sato can in a moment's notice with that gate crash. She's already sent back over to A. The Burger Boys look primed to be able to attack at lightning speed, with Manners still planted over here in the sewers, but more of a watch than anything else at the moment. Still, back out from B main again here, as Practo holding onto that spike will follow the pack up mid that's been cleared away.
That's all you need for information if you're bow. Yep, snakebite gets put through, push it to a pause. 30 seconds. You have to use utility to re-clear out tower now if you're Burger Boys. Flash being held at the ready for Sato. Guiding light. So what? Secondary goes through. So what? Sato, though, overwhelmed. Chance to flood on through. Okeanos holding a bit of a cross. Paranoia cuts across. That's going to land at least onto one. Follow-up gunshots are there, but Alvin able to respond. 10 seconds on the clock. Spike should still be able to come down. And we're going to have a 2v3.
Salvo's placed on, will have to force the reposition, but it's a small one that still lets it be safe. Victor immediate swing on top of it. M80, they fight it now, and Victor wins it all. The dump early on from Burger Boys was really solid, and they had a lot to offer throughout the entirety of that fight, overwhelming Sato despite, those birds not doing jack. And they crawl forward, they continue to exact upon that link, and Alvin getting the solid double kill after M80 were the ones that have to reset on aim.
Yeah.
It was almost strung together, but the 2v3 that they take at just the right time, those salvos make it there at the last second to force that momentary breath from Burger Boys. And then Victor swinging into it in his prime.
It's
now 9 rounds of match point.
Yeah, it's like, it's impressive for Victor. But if you're Burger Boys, brother, 3-2-1 peak. Like, that is too individual. Nanners? Wait a second. Backside of the Toxicgen's going to hear a lot of this. There's one. Turns it into a second, but trades her out and bow. Meanwhile, through mid, holds off a play into vent. So, looked like a pretty dramatic start in favor of Burger Boys, but we have a 3v3.
The Burger Boys will look to re-up this B site, perceiving it as far weaker, with Sato knowing that he's out of mid. But they don't know, potentially, that he's already creeping up here from Sushi. With the help of Val, for that matter, the double swing potential on top of the paranoia, Okeanos can stall this out so dang long. Out comes the bird. That'll be the easy kill onto Okeanos, right?
Stop it.
Right? No, it's not! Practo, though, for 3! Okay, I mean, it was a round they were meant to win, frankly, but...
True. But we're team flashing. It's just, again, it is what it is at this point, it feels like. Like you mentioned, it's gonna be 9 straight rounds worth of match point here for M80. So a bit forgiven into what is going to be a save round here, but yeah, Nanner's opening things up, nearly puts the round to rest right there. And actually, no, that's not a team flash. That's just Alvin whiffing.
That's just a whiff, dude.
Yeah, I just assumed based on him kind of
right,
toggling his vision that he was. But regardless of it, pistols are now through. And quick action here from Burger Boys, punishing onto Okeanos and Victor, trying to play off that same little duo setup at B main. And it'll be off to the races here. All gas, no brakes for side of Burger Boys offensively. That will win that round pretty much outright as Bow's last lap.
A couple quick little Gamba stacks with M80 on the eco here. Nothing to panic about, but Burger Boys, nice round to build themselves up here on the Flawless, keeping all of those guns and all of those ults as well. Nanner's 2 away, Retro 3. And, I mean, you could open things up however you want to. And now the post plant as well, a little more powerful with those Seekers available. You can play a lot of angles at once, something that M80 were really looking to try and hone in on when they made that last push.
Timeout just to get the bearing straight here if you're M80s, and full gun round coming up here. Ultimates also to spend. This could just be one of those check the boxes. Make sure you go through the laundry list of what exactly you should be doing with all these tools. And just get on to prepping for next week. Burger Boys, I'm sure happy to have this timeout though as well, as they're also kind of building up a bit of a bank, and we'll have ultimates that they could potentially start to cycle through if they can survive through this round. So opportunity starting to brew to keep this string together of rounds going if you are the Burger Boys. But again, there's so many obstacles in the way for us being able to start talking about an overtime, let alone a comeback.
Very little standing in the way of M80 at this stage. Map pool is probably what people are paying attention to at this point when it comes to M80's future in this stage. Clearly, there are still weak points like Lotus that teams, even in the bottom of the projected standings, are able to get the drop on for and really punish for mistakes. But, I mean, after the ban on Icebox, you had to expect this. You had to be ready for it, and doesn't seem like Burger Boys fully were.
Yeah. Seekers at the ready here for Practo. Burger Boys going to be stacked. The Viper's Pit, not really going to be threatened, obviously, by this. So you're going to get a quick rotation back over. Gatecrash back to defensive spawn. On his horse is Okeanos, trying to get back over as well. The stall tactics from Caillou, the only thing that could potentially be in the way. And the spam shots of this Nebula have not landed yet. So everyone stays healthy. Next thing up for the showstopper to try to get into sight.
Good that they were able to use both of those out the gate. The Seeker's not really wall breaking too heavily. Victor peeking out the vents early as well.
Spike planted.
Zato now into Dimensional Drift. Actually, I don't know if you saw the player underneath tower. Obviously has a good look at what's happening over towards Elbow here. But Retro may be tucked inside that smoke. Here comes the isolation. M80 full focus on playing over towards screens. Armageddon on the way in, and that's enough for elimination plus a follow from Okeanos. And now they know that Retro is playing underneath them. And it's all down to Bonnie. 1v4 situation. Fouls is going to get the hop and then immediately have the shorty ready to go. Quick, comfortable map number 2 here for M80, and a story that you can write more as the headline being, that's more like it.
Yeah, that's, I think, a great way to put it. Things that could have potentially put M80 in the hot seat for 3 maps tonight, reduced to silliness, reduced to jest here on Split. Minimal mistakes, extremely clear execution, really good confidence from these new comp picks that you see Okeanos going for, in particular on this Omen. Sato looks so confident on this Yoru, especially after lighting up early on map 1. This is an M80 that looks put together not just for the short term, but the long term too. Keep watch on him.
Yeah, I think the overall kind of epilogue to this map in particular is M80 going back to a composition they found no success with, or limited amounts of success with, no wins, put it that way, when Sato had first joined. And I think the idea with the coaching staff and with this team was, we want Sato to be the guy that gets in, has an entry, usually comes away with at least one. That wasn't working out. Maybe a little bit of coordination being a bit of an issue. You go back to a very antiquated composition with the Sage and the Rays. That worked out for the playoff run, but this is why you brought Sato in. You want him to run this type of a role, and obviously here, everything comes up pretty much aces. So, clean stuff from M80. They finish off our day 2-0, but don't go anywhere. We still got the post-match interview and the desk if you want to listen to them. Right the backside of the break.
People really like to give up, and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to send.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, M80 we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh! It's
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Gompers and Vincili on the desk. And if you're just joining us, a little peace sign for you. You're a little too late because we have just finished up our matches for the day, where we have some nice clean 2-0s with most recently M80 taking down Burger Boys. Gompers, you got this prediction right, unlike the first match. Not to open old wounds, but this one went exactly in the direction you thought, Gompers. Just give me a quick run for maybe those of us who are just joining, thinking that maybe there's gonna be a map 3. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the second map, to be honest with you. I thought it was definitely like a fight was going to be pulled which in all fairness, at the end, there definitely was a fight being given from Burger Boys, although all in all, it was just M80 really not giving any slack, specifically from Sato. This player really showed up today. And, you know, when they're on. And it felt like today was just the day. And whatever the coach is doing, they're doing it right. Whatever the IGL is doing, they're doing it right. Like, all the calls on Split felt drastically better than the last time we saw them on Split, for sure.
Definitely just difficult for Burger Boys to get things activated, even though they're starting I'm pretty sure you saw on defense first or something like that, right? But it doesn't really matter. You're also playing a composition where it's supposed to be good stalls and reactive, but it doesn't allow for you to be as aggressive or proactive here on your defensive side. And when you're turning up the way that you are playing against, again, another flood take composition, it was very, very hard to hold. Especially when you have something like Sato as well that's just popping off the way that he did. So, yeah, it just felt like it was GG already when you're looking at the Adrian composition before going into the game, that it was going to be a very simple game on the side of M80 to be able to overtake this.
Gombers, I'm going to ask you about the Sky on the side of Burger Boys. We talked about it while we were watching. I mean, right away, your sound, right? The Sky was something that we were a little nervous about when we saw the Agent composition. And I'm just gonna let you take it away and how you saw Burger Boys use the Sky and where the failures were in that selection of the Agent.
It's just not the pick, honestly. I'm gonna and that's no hate towards Sky, because Sky can be very, very impactful on certain maps. It's just, I just don't think the Sky worked out this time. I don't think it really gave them any promise. I mean, majority of the time, right, we saw Sky's util getting absolutely tanked immediately off the rip on every single round. And it felt like there was no information being put forth from the Sky. There was the occasion where the ults would come out, and yes, it would, you know, you'd hear a shot coming from left or right, but other than that, it's like you have to expect these things, right? Like, is someone backside? Sure, it gives you the clarity that, okay, yeah, someone's back, but you don't know what position they're in. You don't know the reposition that's happening. There's absolutely no intel. I felt like that was really manageable that Burger Boys could have used off of this Sky. And to me, it was like they were lacking the initiator.
It was good. It was good in like 2021, 2022 when the Sky could still break like Cypher trips on middle. Whereas even if like M80 didn't use one, right, but they were playing like a Vice or any other team would play a Cypher, you could still get a lot of value around, like, let's say a Fade or something like that. But just in general, there's just not enough to allow your team overall to get good value on mid control. Because you already have one person that's going to be, let's say, the Sky Dog trying to scout for the team or flash through a smoke. But who's going to swing behind Bonnie when he's going to try to take control of middle at the same time? It's not going to work out too well. You're playing three other agents that are fairly passive, or that you need them to stay alive to set up these smokes. Again, I felt like it was on paper something that maybe would have been good for them if they're able to get good reads and stack towards the right sites. But when you're planning to get against M80 the way that they work the map on their attack side, very, very difficult for you to actually get those correct guesses.
The politest roast from Vance. It was good 3 or 4 years ago, but nowadays, especially when you have someone like Victor on this
chat when you have a chance to talk to him.
Should I? Wait, maybe I should. Good call, Vancilli. Chet, is that you for the post-match interview? Hi, Chet. How are you?
I'm all right. How about you?
Good. I wanted to talk to you because I think, you're such a beloved member of the Valorant community, beloved coach, storied coach, and you're coming in to this new team with Victor, but this new team, this new group of folks. Talk to me about the adjustment with this team, and why did you think that this was the team that you wanted to coach?
Well, honestly, I was just banned from Valorant, so that's like a unique case, I guess, for a while. So kind of like stalled my team joining process for a long time. And seeing as the season was kind of midway over for franchising, it made sense just to like keep my coaching skills up to join like a team right away. And M80 has been a pretty good org in Challengers, I've heard, for like a long time. They haven't qualified yet, and they pretty much made back-to-back finals each year they've competed. So it seemed like they had a good like org structure at least. And I know these players are different, but I'm pretty confident in the way we played and the way we're playing in practice that we could probably translate that. And I've never worked with newer players either, so for a really long time. So it's like a nice challenge.
talking about working with those newer players, especially with some younger folks on the team, you kind of like have this responsibility almost to kind of guide them and nurture them, for lack of a better word, into, you know, players ready to ascend if and when you make ascension. What has that process been like? Because that's a new, like you're saying, that's a new kind of avenue for you.
Yeah, well, I didn't have much time before the first match. Like me and Victor, we just joined like probably 4 or 5 days before that first game, so we kind of just rolled with what they had. So going into the second week, we kind of identified what we thought could be better. So, I mean, you can see like Okeanos is going on controller and Vic has moved to like initiator or like a flex role, kind of how he did more traditionally in like the teams I've been with him in the past. Just to bring that like layer of experience to the roster, like where he can like kind of help in the pack. Because I feel like from the first game, it felt like our pack was super disorganized, but now it feels a bit more structured. I still think we have like a ways to go. Like we only have like another 5 days of practice with these roles, like with this current comps that are running. So there's gonna be bumps. It's not gonna look like insanely drilled right now, but as you can see, like split looked like pretty good. Sometimes things just will mesh better on certain maps. Like I was pretty confident in Lotus regardless. I think we just fumbled a few rounds and made them look better than they actually were. Yeah, I mean, it just feels good just working towards progressing with the new players, giving them advice that we've learned from the past.
Something I want to ask you as well is, you know, you said you bring Victor like 4 or 5 days before the season started. Did you recruit Victor? What was that process like?
Well, I think it was like Don or Psycho messaged me, and then I think he messaged Vic as well. I think their plan was to bring us both on board at the same time. Like I just asked Vic, I was like, are you down? And like I was like, yeah, I'm down if you're down. And it's not like it wasn't a really in-depth conversation. We just kind of just went with it because, like I said, there's really nothing else to do right now. Like we can't really, in my opinion, I don't really see franchise teams wanting to take a risk to make a change this late in the season anyways. And I think it's something good that just like lets us be in the meta, like understand what's happening, you know, keep us busy basically. And then also like if we ascend with this team, then, you know, it's really nice. Like we accomplished something good during the year and still like a good year for us.
Where do you see M80 in terms of kind of the pack in Challengers right now, and whether standings, whatever you want to call it? You said you still have like some kinks to iron out as well, but how do you see M80 right now in the meta, if you will, of the Challengers teams?
I mean, we do really well in practice right now. This past week, especially with our newer changes. So, I mean, I can see us like like top 3 team, I guess. I'm not really sure like how everyone else is faring right now, but I feel like as time progresses and we're able to fix more mistakes, it'll just be a bit better. Like I think we just have a lot more to drill, just to get the matches like more in our favor. Like I don't want to see any more like 13-11 against non-salary teams. You know, just like I feel like we should be like doing what we did on Split. So I think probably top 3. You know, we'll see how it goes. I'm just gonna work on my team's like own strategy, and you know if it develops well, then I can see us taking it pretty far.
I have one last question for you. Can I go back a little bit more specific? I see him in chat. Sato is a one-of-a-kind duelist that is truly remarkable in terms of just his mechanical prowess and his cerebralness. What is it like working with someone like him? Because we were watching during the broadcast, and he is just, Chet, he is different. Like, I don't know. He just gets away with so much. And I can't imagine what coaching him is like.
Yeah, no, he's really talented. He plays mainly our like duelist role for the most part. So, you know, we just like let him go kill. I think right now we're just doing our best to set him up with like as many of our initiator abilities as possible. We kind of like, I think our team plays fundamentally smart. So if we're able to just get him on like extremity lines and like he can hold something down, like I can generally trust him to get like 1 or 2 kills or like at least bait out all the utility because Valorant has developed like so much util that if I can put my your character on that role and trust him there, I feel like I can trust him on that. So far it's been going well with him. I think we're gonna keep working on just the plays for him and just like keep helping him develop to be like a really big star player. And then, yeah, if that works out, then we'll see him in franchising not too long from now.
He, I mean, is absolutely brilliant. And so thank you so much for your time, Chet, and congratulations on a very clean 2-0 today. And please give our congratulations to the rest of your team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chet. Always good to talk to him. And now we are done for the day. Thank you so much for joining us in Valorant Challengers League North America. But we do come back tomorrow and then the next day. Wow, we love you so much. We've given you so much Valorant. And we're going to give you so much more Valorant. You know, Vans loves you so much, he's stopped on the way back here from home and decided to pop in, you know? But today overall, I think was a good kind of, I don't know if this is the litmus test is the right word, Gompers, but a good indicator of where we are in Challengers. If this is your first time watching Challengers Gompers, this was a good way to see where everyone is at, especially the individual players.
No, I agree, honestly. It really does give you the sense of who are the top dogs and who are slowly trying to climb their way back up. M80, you know, really happy they got to play another match live and show everyone what they're all about. You know, going from that loss from Ambrosia, I feel like today they were really looking forward to being on this big stage and showcasing, hey, we fixed it. Like, everything's good, guys. No worries. So, no, that's definitely good to see. And I'll give kudos, right? Like, where it's Stu Burger Boys, they are phenomenal. And, you know, Van said it, like, don't count this team out for sure. I think they're going to come back 10 times stronger. Definitely rewatch that split VOD and definitely switch the Sky. There's a lot of changes there. But yeah, I'm super happy with the performance today for sure.
Vans coming in. I know you were a little late to the party. Thank you so much for stepping in for Dan, who could not join us today. Of course. And your new, debut, your new haircut. We love it.
Thank you.
His ninja low taper fade. I love it. Yeah.
But coming in today, for someone who maybe is watching Challengers for the first time today, because I'm seeing we're becoming more and more popular, more and more people are paying attention, which is amazing. It's exactly what this league is about. What do you think we have shown today? It's a big macro question, but as someone kind of as well. But I feel like
I love the big macro
a
questions, actually. Yeah, for sure. So now we have like the addition of Victor and Chet and what they actually brought. Chet just mentioned before, 5 days of practice when they first joined. You saw the results. It was a little bit shaky against Ambrosia, where they lost that series against Ambrosia. But then you see a spark new team with role changes, and Okeanos once again switching roles. Victor also switching roles, but both of them looking pretty good respectively in those roles. So I think that's pretty good overall from M80 in terms of a pulse that we can get moving forward. If this continues this way, I would agree with Chet. This is potentially a good top 3, but they still have to play against, like, you know, the Shopify Rebellion Black that won split 1. You still have Qbert Academy that stepped up to the plate. Ambrosia looks really good coming into the second split overall. So I think the pulse is good, that the playing field for all of these teams are still quite even. And we haven't really seen a true team stay on top yet in this split too. So it's probably gonna have to narrow down into the last few weeks.
And that's why you need to stay with us. We have more Valorant tomorrow and the next day. But until then, thank you so much for joining us on behalf of production and the desk. Thank you so much for joining us. See you tomorrow. Have fun, be safe, make decisions, and hydrate a little extra for me today, all right? Lots of love.
Emergency.
So Pete comes through, Sacred collects the op and connects with it, but Inspire is so planted on this site. Annihilation banking across the site. This time it will not land. Spy Camp is still finding so much information, but Inspire will drop. Now it's on to pop it, and he has been unbelievable, and he's continuing to do it. Oh! I call it what it is. Again, spam through smoke. This time, Trusted Plug will stay fully healthy from this. The kill contract tossed out late, and KaneZera showing absolutely no respect with the Spectre out. Follow-up also still underway as the Paranoia gets used late, and you can see the panic for Trusted Plug as soon as they get a read on that. There's nowhere to go, man. Nowhere to go, and it feels guiding light. So what? Secondary goes through. So what? Zato overwhelmed. Chance to flood on through. Okeanos holding a bit of a cross. Paranoia cuts across. That's going to land at least onto one. Follow-up gunshots are there, but Alvin able to respond. 10 seconds on the clock. Spike should still be able to come down, and we're going to have a 2v3.
Salvo is placed on. We'll have to force the reposition, but it's a small one that still lets it be safe. Victor, immediate swing on top of it. M80, they fight it now, and Victor wins it all. The dump early on from Burger Boys was really solid, and they had a lot to offer.
So Pete comes through.